Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Greetings to our participants. Welcome to our virtual platform of the Southeast Asia Conference on Youth Mental Health. And well, just to give you some insights on our big deal today, this conference is organized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak in collaboration with Social Community Programs Urban Societies Corpers Malaysia and supported by ASEAN, Ministry of Health Malaysia and Young Minds Malaysia. And this webinar can be joined via Zoom. All right, I can see all the participants are chatting, are busy chatting right now, and also can listen to us very loud again. Thank you very much for that patience. And also you can watch us live on multiple platforms on Facebook and YouTube. So search us at the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conference. So the objective of this program is definitely to educate and raise awareness on the importance of professional psychology, counselor and psychiatric services to the youth in line with the state's health and wellness domain in shaping a world-class Sarawak youth. And besides that, this program also aims to help the youth of the ASEAN region countries to address mental health problems and remove the stigma of youth on mental health problems in ASEAN countries, including those in Sarawak. So once again, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished speakers, fellow participants coming from all walks of life. Thank you very much for your kind presence. And especially to our Sarawak youth, terima kasih kerana sudi join kami orang hari tu, and make sure kita semua jangan pergi sini-sini. Banyak topik best hari tu khas untuk kita semua. Yang penting ilmu yang kita dapat pada hari itu bukan hanya untuk kita pun saja, tapi kita boleh share dan sama-sama tingkatkan kesedaran tentang kesihatan mental di kalangan orang kita. InsyaAllah. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. And turut merakamkan ucapan terima kasih tak terhingga kepada rakan-rakan di semenanjung Malaysia, Sabah dan juga negara jiran kita di Brunei Darussalam, Singapura. Thank you very much for joining us, and also Indonesia. Yes, come on. All right, that's what I learned earlier on, which means thank you in Vietnam. All right, and to all our Vietnamese participants, you guys are amazing. Thank you very much for joining us, and also to our friends in Indonesia, Singapore, all right, and of course our friends in the Philippines. Salamat, terima kasih. And yes, still not too late to wish our friends in the Philippines congratulations on your first gold medal in Tokyo Olympic 2020. Wow. Amazing journey for the Olympic gold medalist despite the pandemic and all the challenges she had. Weightlifter Haji Diaz managed to pull it through, all right? And yes, nothing can stop you and nothing can stop us, every one of us, to create a success story in our lives. So our dreams must continue on despite the pandemic, okay? Tiada alasan. So what I heard, we have more than 300 participants so far joining us in today's conference. Now it's coming to more than 400. Wow, reaching to 500 participants. So we're still waiting for you to come and join us. All right, and still not too late for you to ask your friends and let them know that we are happening today. Yes, the conference as well. So our participants coming over from Japan, that's what I heard. And also from Kazakhstan, wow. And the Philippines, Vietnam, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Singapore, and of course the host country, Malaysia. Terima kasih semua. And a friendly reminder to all participants, once you have settled in, I would like to invite you to switch your camera on. All right, jangan malu-malu, jangan segan-segan, okay? As we want to see you. And also don't forget to quickly join us at slido.com, all right, another platform where you can talk to us. Perhaps there's any questions or anything you want to voice out, you can do so at slido.com platform. So the event code is #SayHML21, all right, or you can scan the barcode which appear on the screen, okay? We can do that. We do that every time, all right? And then 6 topics will be discussed in the conference featuring panel of experience, expertise in the field of mental health from Malaysia, including Sarawak, Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Brunei, and Singapore. So let me guide you the Honorable Datuk Haji Abdul, Rahman, Hamzah, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and Minister of Youth and Sports Sarawak. Well, he is the mastermind, and thanks to him for his kind support to this conference. So I'll be back right after this, right? Stay tuned with us.
Tell you that I am very impressed Because the young of today, you have expressed your desire to be innovative, pemancu inovasi yang akan menggunakan kaedah teknologi untuk memajukan negeri Sarawak. Tahniah kepada para belia. Saya percaya dengan keupayaan beliau. Sebab itu saya lonjakkan ekonomi digital di negeri Sarawak. Because you are very smart beliau.
The kind of youth that I'm seeing today, I think we are definitely on the right track.
State in Malaysia because of you in front of me here.
Kita amat kuat tahu tentang pentingnya perancangan membangunkan golongan belia untuk pembangunan masa depan kita.
Berbahagia Madam Nancy Haji, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak, Heads of Department, both from federal and state. Yang berbahagia Dr. Norashika binti Ibrahim, Head of Malaysian Mental Health Sector. Yang berbahagia Dr. Nazrul Aziz, President of Scotland. English speakers, moderators, participants from ASEAN countries. Hi, once again. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, wow, welcome to the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conferences with the theme, Breaking the Mental Health Issues and Stigma in ASEAN Amid Pandemic. So once again, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. So please stay with us. And if you want to voice out something, all right, anything you want us to hear your opinion, or perhaps there's questions during the conference happening until 4 p.m. this afternoon, what you can do is go to the slido.com. How to spell Slido? It's SLIDO.com, hashtag SayHML21, which is appear on the screen right now. Also, you can scan the barcode that we have here on the screen right now. Okay, so now let's proceed with the opening speech. Without further ado, it is with great honor, all right, once again, that will be after this, okay? So we're still doing the ice-breaking session. As we can see here on the slido.com, we have everyone saying hi to us, and also we have a few questions, all right, to those of you. It's like an objective question, so you can just click A, B, C, or C for the answer, as we have personal engagement, all right, as we want the participants to say hi to each other, okay, and also to get to know your friends who are abroad, all right, who's joining us, as we have participants coming from Japan, from Kazakhstan, and also we have friends from the ASEAN countries as well, from Singapore, Brunei, Thailand, Vietnam, okay? So we have those participants coming from abroad joining us this morning. Also, not to forget our friends from Malaysia, from Sarawak, hasil untuk orang Sarawak, terima kasih banyak-banyak join kami orang hari itu. Jangan lupa yang kami orang pada tadi ada slido.com platform. Alright, those of you who join us and watch us live on the platform of Facebook and YouTube, alright, what you can do is to join us at slido.com to give us comments, to give us your opinion, or perhaps some sharing your story on the youth mental health. Perhaps there's some issues that you would like to highlight, and we can discuss that during the conference later, which is happening until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Also, this is free admission. Everyone can join, okay? And to those of you who join us until the end of the conference, until 4 p.m. this afternoon, you will receive an e-certificate, all right, which will be provided by the organizer, dedicated to all the participants who join us, who complete the whole day conference, okay? You can do that. All right, so what we have here on slido.com, all right, I can see much of the question here. What do you request from this event? What do you expect from this event? Okay, knowledge. Okay, so that's for sure knowledge which everyone would love to have, would like to gain in this conference, definitely. Okay, and also what else we have here on the slido.com, all right, you can scan your barcode here, okay, which appears on the screen right now. If you have anything you want to voice out, okay, you can do that on slido.com platform. All right, everyone is eager to hear what our experts to share, about to share this today, the whole day of this conference, okay? And also to our friends in all over the state, thank you very much for joining us. So we have these trivia questions of a Sarawak trivia question. What is the capital city of Sarawak? 90%, all right, and about 90%. Okay, 86% saying Kuching. Yes, betul lah ya. Musik Kuching sini lah lagi. Okay, so and I'm sure that everyone knows this answer correctly. Okay, and also we have a few questions coming in at slido.com after this. All right, how to search us at slido.com is simply hashtag say HML21. So this is the icebreaking session, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the participants who join us today at the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conferences with the theme breaking the mental health issues and stigma in ASEAN amid pandemic, especially what's happening right now with all this COVID-19 situation that we are facing. So it is indeed timely, all right, the conference itself, all right, giving you the best input, all right, and I hope that everyone will gain knowledge and from this conference that we have all day long until 4 p.m. this afternoon. So we're waiting for the cue, all right, for our guest partner to present his opening speech coming right after this. Of course, our guest partner is the man of the whole conference, all right? He's the mastermind, and we have his big support, kind support to this conference as well, all right? So it is now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, with great honor and pleasure, may we invite the Honorable Datuk Haji Abdul, Karim, Rahman, Hamzah, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and Minister of Youth and Sports Sarawak to present his opening speech. Dengan segala hormatnya, persilakan.
Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, Director General of Ministry of Health Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Dr. Nora Shikin binti Ibrahim, the Head of Malaysian Mental Health Sector. Yang berbahagia Dr. Muhammad Nazrul Azizi, the President of Scopus Malaysia. Honorable speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day. First and foremost, let us together give thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because of His blessing and grace has given us the strength to gather here this morning for Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conference with the theme Breaking the Mental Health Issues Stigma in ASEAN Amid the Pandemic. My congratulations to the conference organizers, and thank you to all parties for their cooperation in making this conference a success. To all conference participants coming in from Malaysia, from Brunei, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Singapore, welcome to this webinar Zoom conference. Thank you also to the speakers, despite their hectic schedules, yet they still have made themselves available for today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, the World Health Organization reported that suicide is among the top 10 causes of death in the world and the second leading cause of death for those aged 15 to 29 years old. On average, there's one death occurring every 40 seconds, making nearly 800,000 people dying each year due to suicide. An estimated 20 family members or friends will be impacted emotionally, socially, and economically for every life lost. In Malaysia, the National Health and Morbidity Survey found that suicidal behavior among youth between the ages of 13 and 17 showed an increasing trend that the prevalence of suicidal ideation was 10% in 2019 as compared to 7.9% in the year 2012. The same study also found the prevalence of depression was 18.3%, where 1 in 5 youth experienced depressive symptoms. 2 out of every 5 experienced anxiety, and 1 in 10 experienced stress. The suicide rates in the state of Sarawak needs to be taken seriously by all parties, as suicide cases in the state show an increased trend from year to year. A total of 37 suicide cases were recorded by the Royal Malaysia Police, Sarawak, from January to May this year. This number shows an increase to 19.65% for the first 4 months of 2021, as compared to 46% of suicide cases reported in 2020. 89% of these suicide cases involved men, with 96% age 18 and above. These suicide cases stem from various factors and effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, which contribute to various social issues in society, such as mental health, poverty, domestic violence, and homelessness. Most individuals involved in the suicide attempt and suicide death have several risk factors that drive the action, including having a history of suicide attempts, depression and mental illness, alcohol and substance abuse, and a family history of suicide, a history of chronic disease, and often lonely or feeling alone. The objective of this program is to educate and raise awareness on the importance of professional services such as psychologists, counselors, and psychiatric services to youth. It also acts as a platform for the youth in ASEAN countries to raise their concern and to effectively report the present mental health issues. Finally, to remove the stigma of youth on mental health problems in Asian countries. The Ministry would like to call on the media to report accurate facts about mental health illness and the media guidelines on mental health reporting. Stigma against mental health and mental health illness should be eliminated. At the same time, society should be non-punitive and be more open in discussing mental health issues such as depression and not regard them as isolated cases among youth. The seriousness of some cases, especially those involving loss of life, should send a clear signal for all parties to act. The Ministry of Youth and Sport Sarawak wants to play our part in helping and preventing suicide among youth. We also want to send a clear message for all youth, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic period, that you are not alone and you are not being left out. I would like to congratulate all those who attended today's program. Thank you again to the organizers, Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak, representatives from the ASEAN countries, speakers, Scopus Malaysia, and Young Minds for this strategic cooperation. I hope that this collaboration can continue with other series of mental health programs in the future. The Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak is confident that the state government initiatives in developing more programs such as this conference will have an impact on our neighboring ASEAN countries and Malaysians. The speakers that will be joining us for today's conference are firstly, Dr. Bernard Ting Chuong Hock, the Psychiatrist at Universiti Malaysia Sarawak or UNIMAS. 2. Dr. Ekachaeryanti Zain, Psychiatrist at Hospital Samarinda, Indonesia. Thirdly, MS Charlene Lucas, Counseling Psychologist from the Philippines. Fourthly, Rachel Ann Vu, Psychotherapist at UKCP, Accredited Therapist Vietnam. Fifthly, Dr. Ng Bun Seng, the Psychiatrist at Sarawak General Hospital, Malaysia. 6. Dr. Muhammad Faiz Muhammad Tahir, Psychiatrist at International Islamic University, Malaysia. 7. Dr. Rusli Bujang, Professional Counselor from Brunei. And 8. Dr. On Lee Kiat, Associate Consultant at Institute of Mental Health, Singapore. I would like to wish good luck to all the speakers, the secretariats, and attendees. Hopefully, this noble effort will bring positive impacts on our youth. The primary goal is to make all people, especially our youth, to build resilience after post-COVID-19 regarding their mental and physical health. Finally, in the words of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially officiate the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conference. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Datuk Haji Abdul, Karim, Rahman, Hamzah, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and Minister of Youth and Sports, Sarawak, Malaysia. The mastermind, all right, the one who support this conference all the way since the beginning of the discussion, and until now it's happening today. So thank you very much to those of you who just walked in, who just joined us here at the conference of the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conferences with the theme breaking the mental health issues and stigma in ASEAN amid pandemic. So we heard earlier on the opening speech by the minister, all right. And for now, everyone, I'm sure everyone is so excited about today's conference. So we kick off with our first slot this morning, all right. What we have in the first slot is the mental health well-being for youth. So this is going to be presented by our distinguished speaker coming all the way from Indonesia. She's a psychiatrist at Hospital Samarinda, Indonesia, and she's none other than Dr. Ekachaeryanti Zain of Indonesia, with our moderator, all right, Dr. Idris Aiden, the counseling lecturer of Universiti Malaysia, Sarawak. So, Dr. Idris, I hope you're ready, and I hope everything's going fine and smooth this morning as we kick off the first slot this morning, all right, on, yes, a very interesting topic is on mental health well-being for youth. Over to you, Dr. Idris.
Assalamualaikum, salam Sarawak sayang. Thank you for being part of our Asian Youth Mental Health in Southeast Asian Conference 2021. Please be informed that all participants are required to mute their microphone and switch on the video camera. Okay. Today we are learning about mental health. Dr. Ika, it's a title with mental health well-being for youth. When it's come to this topic, I think most people can try to consider what is well-being actually. Okay, why well-being? And the most important thing is how to practice well-being in their daily life. So with that being said, let me introduce our first amazing speaker, Dr. Eka. Ibu Eka, apa kabar? Okay, she serves as a medical lecturer at the Faculty of Mulawarman University, Samarinda, Indonesia. Okay, Dr. Eka, actively also involved with several psychiatry organizations back in Indonesia and also at the international level. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Eka to present her topic. Dr. Eka, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idris, for a nice presentation. All right. Good morning, everyone. Can I start, Dr. Idris?
Can proceed, Dr. Eka.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Sarawak, and then for all partners in ASEAN Corpus, Young Minds, and thank you very much for all participants from every countries around the ASEAN, Southeast Asian, even from Japan and Kazakhstan. I'm very happy to meet you all today. And for the first presentation, I will deliver this topic, the mental health well-being for youth. I am Ekachaeryanti Zain. I'm a psychiatrist in the Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine, Mulawarman University, Samarinda in Indonesia. And I'm currently resides in Japan. I am continuing my PhD student as a student in PhD in Psychiatry, Graduate School of Medicine, Niigata University at this very moment. So I hope that this presentation will bring you benefit and everyone here. So I remember in Indonesia that Insinyur Soekarno, the first president of Indonesia, ever said that, "Give me 1,000 old men so they will pull Sumeru mountain until the roots, but give me only 10 youths so they will shake the world." This implies that youth is the very powerful resources that we have in order to strengthen our country. So this is very important that we have to know the role of youth in every country. And what is actually youth? So there are a lot of organizations that define youth as, for example, in United Nations, UNESCO, they said that youth is 15 to 24 years old. And also from the African Youth Charter, youth is 15 to 35 years old. But if we are going to say the psychological theory, then we can consider that the youth itself consists of the adolescent, which is 12 to 18 years old, and early adulthood. This is based on Erik Erikson. So we can say that youth is 12 to 25 years old. But actually, we can have the same chronicle ages. For example, we are now 25, then chronically ages we are 25. But from our mental development or psychological development, we may be 25, but we may behave like 20 years old. So there's no one can define what youth is. And then, for example, I'm 33, but I still consider myself as a young person. So it can be said true that in the African Union, they define youth as 15 to 35 years old. So whatever your age is right now, if you are under this frame time of your ages at this very moment, then you are still considered a youth. And the thing is, adolescent, particularly young people in general, is in a critical period in the lifespan. Why? Because this is a very critical age to establish the independent identity and then making educational and vocational decisions. Every young people will face this. And the third of all, lifestyle choices. Many choices
This meeting is being recorded.
Many choices there. And then we, as a youth or a young generation, of course, we'll choose which one is the best for us. And then the fourth is forming interpersonal relationships. So taking this all together in the very transition, because we are not anymore children, but we are not yet an adult, then how this youth or this adolescent can go through all of these four challenges in their life. And if we can see that all of these four challenges is actually a youth life transition. And this kind of transition, that four things that I have mentioned before, they have a major long-term influences on the individual, particularly in terms of factors that influence mental health and well-being. We will proceed further and we will understand what is mental health and well-being. But I want to emphasize that mental health in youth is very critical because all of these four challenges in their life, no one ever can realize it, but as earlier as we can realize it, it is better for a mental youth development. So that is very important. And if we can compare about young people and adult life, so actually young people has more risk of creating vulnerabilities or developing mental health disorders as they face many new pressures and challenges in their daily lives. So if we are not careful in living our young ages or take care of young people, then neglected mental health well-being can cause depression, anxiety, substance or non-substance addiction, as what we can see in this very moment, at the moment, especially during pandemic, the addictions tend to increase, and then antisocial behavior. And also, as what Ministry of Sarawak have said, that suicide rate is increased in this pandemic right now, at this situation. So this is very important, and we need to be very aware of our mental health, especially for young people. And WHO, or World Health Organization, has already declared that young people's mental health is a key area of concern to which professionals and policymakers must direct their attention. WHO has already established this statement in 2005, and I believe that it stands still today. And we need to be very aware of this importance, because every programs, every policy in every country needs to consider youth as the important part of the country's development, as well as their mental health. And then if we want to see further about the mental health, this is what World Health Organization stated, the definition of the mental health. So mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So let's say we just see ourselves, or every young people here right now, you can ask yourself, like, do you feel enjoy with your day to day? Are you in a well-being, healthy condition with your body and your mind and your feeling? Do you realize your abilities? And do you have some stressors in life, and can you cope with that every day, like getting up at the bed at the early morning? Can you do that? And then can you work productively? Or if you go to college or maybe go to school, you keep studying online, can you still continue that productively? And you can still study and work better and in everyday life. And are you able to make a contribution? Doesn't have to be in community, even to your family. Cook for them or talk with them, or any kind of contribution that you can give to your close one. Can you still do that? That is a mental health. We can do all of this with mental health. So it is very important that we have mental health. I will show you why mental health is important. World Health Organization already has stated that there is no health without mental health. And this is based on scientific research for all years that has been made. So health is not merely, there's not merely no diseases or no disorders in one body, but health is a matter of how we have a well-being of our body or our physical, and then our mental or psychological, and then our social well-being, plus spiritual well-being. So contain all of these three that we can say someone in a healthy condition. So if you want to check yourself, am I healthy? Check your body, physical body, check your mental or psychological. This mental consists of three things: how we think or our mind, and how we feel or our feeling, and how do we behave or our behavior. And then social, what about our social life? Do we can relate with other people well, or do we tend to make conflict with others, or everyone, we cannot trust anyone around us, or we can feel that we cannot give any hope to anyone else, and or if we feel like we are suffering ourselves. So it is very important that we have all these three well-being, and also spiritual well-being, especially in this pandemic era, that we cannot really rely on one particular thing, and sometimes with a lot of uncertainty, with a lot of difficulties, and they find a closeness to God. And this is what that can make them have a faith to continue life. So health is a very complex. It must be holistic and complete. Body, mental, social, and your spiritual well-being. So well-being is a state when you can see that you are in a good condition. And health is the more objective one. When you are checked, sometimes you go to the doctor and you check your condition. Or for example, in your body, if you feel like you have a fever, you must go to doctor to check yourself that I have a fever, and doctor will give you a medication. But then sometimes if we are suffer and we are very sad, and our sadness is continued day by day, even weeks or months, and we cannot do anything anymore, and we tend to feel like we are lonely in this world, but no one seek medical help, no one go to see doctor. But actually that is the sign of a mental health disturbances. So that is, fever is a symptoms of body, but then if the prolonged sadness can be a sign of a mental health disturbances. And that's why we need to be aware. We need to recognize our body outside and inside. This is very important. And then if the problems related to psychosocial well-being tend to accumulate over time, this is what I said, that if we have a stressors in our life and then we are not aware of that, we will have a sadness in very long time, and then we don't see professional help, it will accumulate, and then it will cause distress. Distress is not anymore an eustress, which is a normal stress, but this kind of distress is something that will make our mental health in disorders. We can see here, I will show you that if we have faced a difficulties, then we tend to be stressed at that time. That is called acute stressor. And this acute stressor, if we can cope with that, by the time the stressor will decrease. the way we perceive the stress will decrease by the time if we can cope with this. But then if we have a stressor and we cannot cope with that, we neglect our mental health, then it will go to a chronic stressor, which is more risk to develop a mental disorders. For example, like depression or anxiety or even suicidal ideation. So if it is very important to manage stress for our mental health well-being. And I would like to emphasize in this time that mental health is for every youth, for everyone. Actually, if it's not, this is not a special case. This is not a special thing or exclusive thing. This is for all. So you have to really know, we have to tell our young people that do not suffer in silence. That's the first thing that they have to know. If we are feeling that our body is okay, but we tend to be suffering, then there must be something with our mental health. And then the second of all, we have to tell our young people that it is time to speak up. So if you don't feel like you continue your life maybe, or you feel like you will get alone in this world, it is time to speak up. If you cannot find anyone around you, then you can go and seek for professional help. And then asking for help is a strength. Sometimes they think that if I show my sadness in front of other people, then it means that I am weak. But that's not exactly the right thing. So asking for help is a strength. Right now, there's a lot of mental health access. For example, we can go to general practitioners, to the clinic, hospital, or we can call hotline of mental health services or mental health community. We can gather that. And then mental health platform, for example, like a Young Mind, which has a lot of services that they can share to the youth, and then go to the therapist, psychologist, and even psychiatrist. So mental health access is now also going online, and they have a telepsychiatrist or telemedicine, and it is very easy to get. And if you think that it is expensive, you can actually use your insurance. So now it is just a matter of us, whether we want to ask for help or whether we still want to hold ourselves alone and we don't want to ask for help. So this is very important. So for anyone here, please do prepare, this kind of fruits. I like these fruits, it's sweet. So please promote and educate, advocate these kind of things, and then repeat that again. So be care for others by asking, how are you? If you meet people and you see them, their faces is sad or tend to be anxious, or they feel lonely, or they frown, or their shoulder is going down like this, then you can just by saying, how are you? Can I help you? Do you have something in your mind? Just reach out for people and promote, educate, advocate, and repeat. We never know that we will be their hero. We'll never know that we are the one reason that they still continue their life. So this is very important. Mental health is for everyone. And the one that I said before is the way that I want to emphasize to against stigma, because from the data, young men are less likely than women to seek professional help for depression, substance abuse, physical disability, and stressful life events. So yeah, we can see here that women tend to easier to ask for help, but men can also cry. It's okay. They also have feelings. So every man in this room right now who are watching this, it is okay to not be okay. You should know that. And those who are most in need are often the ones who are most reluctant to seek for help, because they think that they will feel judged. They think that they will feel weak by showing their vulnerabilities. They think that no one can help them. But it is okay to not be okay. Even it is okay if someone, for example, got accident and break their leg, it is okay to ask for help. So the same with mental health. If there is something that you feel or happen in your mind which is very negative, then it is okay to not be okay. Open up and let them help you. This is one example from Sydney Waldner from International Bipolar Foundation, one of the patient that's already been cured, and she said that seeking help to improve my mental health has changed my life for the better. I am so much happier and healthier now and look forward to living. So this girl really know that the mental health is matter. It is okay to ask for professional help to change her life for the better, and everyone has rights to live happy and healthier and still continue living. That is all that matters in our life. I mean, so we need to be aware when to consult to professional by seeing ourselves. Because mental health is simply like this: when you are able to conquer your life's challenges adequately. So, for example, if you want to gain muscle, so you work out routinely every day. The same as when you want to gain a positive thought or a good feeling, or you want to strengthen your brain, the function of your brain, then you can do some exercises to strengthen your brain so that you will have a resilience whenever you face life challenges. I like to say challenges over problems because challenges is more mentally healthy. So when you see things as a problem, see it as a challenges. It will improve the way you think, and it will more positive to face that. So don't see challenges as something that can weaken you, but see it as a thing that if you take, you will get stronger after that. That is the principle of workout, and our brain also do workout, because we cannot set stressors in life. It's there, always happen. And then we face these challenges every day. Yes, it's true. And then it's not what happening or will happen to us later, but it is how we cope with that thing. We cannot choose that I want to live in a world that has no more COVID-19. We cannot choose something like that. COVID-19 happened and it exists until now. The question is how we cope with that. So we need, in the mental health perspective, we need to increase our coping skills so that we can be more resilient. And then hopefully someday in the future years, we will go out and our resilience that will help us to cope with this pandemic. This is the resilient concept that I would say. The first is resilience is the ability to bounce back. So after we go to the bottom, then we can bounce back and go up to healthy functioning when faced with significant life stressors and events. And then resilience does not eliminate stress or erase life's difficulties. Instead, it gives people the strength to tackle problems head on, overcome adversity, and move on with their lives. So again, I want to highlight this, that resilience doesn't eliminate stress. Stress is there, and we just need to face that. And then resilience will develop as people grow up and gain better thinking and self-management skills and more knowledge. So keep learning, keep exercising for your brain. That's the way you will get the resilience. And what can you do to practice to be more resilient? This is the map that I already gathered for every young people here and for those who wants to learn. So the first of all, that what we can practice is train ourselves to have more self-love. So love ourselves, and self-compassion, self-kindness, and self-forgiveness. If you relate with this, do it right now. Do it right now. Even you still have an intention to do this right now, it is okay. But this one is very important to be more resilient. And the second of all, mindfulness. A lot of platforms, a lot of websites already given course in mindfulness, or even they already give some articles about mindfulness. There's also a lot of books, and you can practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is when you are direct your focus or your intention in the right here moment, in the present moment. So it is not about the past, not also about the future, but what we can feel at this very moment without judgment and with acceptance. So mindfulness is how to let go of the past, how to let go of the present, because what happened in the past also can easily make us depressed, and what will happen in the future, that is what makes us anxious. So this present moment, for example, like we are realizing our breath, then that is a mindfulness. So every time you are in a mindful state, in right here and right now, that will help you be more resilient. And then make schedule and routine persistently, because this is very important to still have a sense of a reward in doing your daily life. And then healthy lifestyle, implement this. For example, healthy diet. So eat more natural products, eat more things that you can cook, not a junk food and not a bicarbonate drink. And also eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. It will increase the resources to produce serotonin, a happy neurotransmitter in our brain. So we have to be mindful of what we eat and what we drink. And then take enough sleep. If you have a trouble to sleep, then and it persistent, and you can consult to your mental health professional. But have enough sleep, for example, for 6 to 8 hours per day, it will be enough to make your brain in a rest condition and then ready to face the day at the morning. So enough sleep is very important, because we use our brain in a day, in the noon and then in the evening, and at the night, make your brain rest. So make sure that you have enough sleep, 6 to 8 hours per day. And then exercise. So this exercise, you do work out, it will release your endorphins after that, and it will make you more happier at the end of the day. And you should do it regularly. And then stop bad habits in coping with negative emotions. For example, that you are angry, or you are in a sadness condition, or you are very anxious, and then strikingly you go to smoke, or you take alcohol, or you take drugs, or you playing game until late night and then continue for tomorrow and the rest of the day, and it will develop an addiction like that. To stop bad habits like that, we need to cope our negative emotion in a more healthy way. And then lower your screen time, because we need to, once in a while, we need to do digital detox, because it is important. a lot of information outside there and a lot of things that can impact our mental health for example, in a social media, and for example, internet addictions is now happen there, also as well as game addiction. So lower your screen time by having screen time with a limited time. It will be great. For example, 2 hours to 4 hours a day. It will be good. And then filter only the beneficial social media, what benefit you, and try not to follow the temptation of scrolling up to Instagram or Facebooks or something that is not beneficial for you. So you have to have control of yourself, and then do hobbies and creativity that you like. Maybe you like cooking, you like drawing, singing, dancing, something like that. Do something that makes you happy. That is important. If you do it regularly in every week, for example, it will increase your dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter in your brain also, and it will make you more resilient. And then connect with your inner circle, your support system, or your community. This is very important. So we as a human is a social individual. So it is very important to have a relationship going well, because the very basic of the human needs is actually the need to be connected. The need to be connected. So no matter the number of your friends, if you have one friend who are connected with you in a good way, who can support you, that's enough. So connect with your inner circle and your support system, your family, your friends. In this pandemic, you still can call them, because relationship will calming our feeling if it's in a good way. But if you feel like you cannot make any relations, we will go to this later. And then journaling will help you to make things better. For example, like when you do like reflections in your daily life, then you will understand your life better. And if you understand your life better, you have something like a purpose in yourself. So it is very important for you to make journaling if you like to write. And then do religious activity or praying to increase your spirituality. At the end of the day, it will help, and it will help a lot. And by continue praying, no matter what your religion are, you can maintain your hope, and your hope will be there. And the last thing, if you think that your self-efforts cannot make you resilient after you do everything, then seek for mental health professional help. And just please do this. And by this thing, youth's well-being, if you think of, am I get well-being already? Ask yourself these questions. The first one, do you feel valued, heard, and included? The second one, are you safe and supported by caring adults? And then the third one, are you physically healthy? Do you think yourself? And are you mentally healthy? How do you feel about your feeling and your thinking and your behavior? And then do you consider yourself as a lifelong learner? Are you willing to learn? And then can you see a positive future for yourself? This last question is very important, because although we live in the present moment, but we need to have a vision that we have still a positive future for ourselves. This will continue us to make a better mental health to face this challenge in our everyday life. And the last thing that I want to say, that if today all you did was hold yourself together, I'm already proud of you. So keep moving forward. Thank you very much. I will give it back to Dr. Idris.
Thank you, Dr. Ika, for your insightful presentation. Okay, wow, Dr. Ika, I can see from the Zoom, there are 494 audience, and I welcome to Yang Berhormat Datuk Snodan Lawan as Assistant Minister of Youth and Sports Sarawak. Okay, welcome Yang Berhormat Datuk to our program untuk orang Sarawak. Kalau kita lihat konteks yang dibincangkan tadi, there are a lot of topic yang very important topic that we discuss. Okay, Dr. Ika, I'm quite interesting with your sharing session. Well, the point that I would like to conclude here that Dr. Ika, okay, we cannot set stressful in our life. Betul, Dr. Ika? We face challenging every day. It is not what happening or will happen to us. But the important part is increase your coping skill, Dr. Ika. Okay, I believe that every single youth in Asian perspective, they need to increase their capability to improve their coping skill and to make sure that they can be a resilient individual. Dr. Ika, I want to add some point on your discussion before we open for the question, Dr. Ika. Okay, I would like to add some more important fact that I retrieved from the World Health Organization in 2020. Okay, first, Dr. Ika, the data, it's quite very stressful when we try to look at the different perspective. Half of mental health conditions start by age of 14 years old, but the cases are not undetected and untreated. Are you agree with that, Dr. Ika?
Yes, thank you for adding that. I agree with that.
Okay, number two, Dr. Ika, depression is one of the leading causes of illness and disability among adolescents globally. Okay, right?
Yes.
The last one, Dr. Ika, suicide is the fourth leading cause of death for those in the age of 15 to 19. Okay, this fact, Dr. Ika, we can see that's very alarming for us. Therefore, Dr. Ika and the audience, we believe that the parents, school and community members, we must work together, okay, to increase the state of health of the well-being for youth because there are this generation of the Ika is our important generation to the future. So we're still waiting for the question from the audience, Dr. Ika. So is there any questions so far? So, okay, there are questions here, Dr. Ika. Okay, Dr. Ika, are you ready to answer the question, Dr. Ika? Question number one, building strong bond and relationship with adults and friends at school, at home and the community provide youth with sense of connectedness, okay? Do you think that, Dr. Ika, this statement still relevant today since the pandemic has bring out more distance with us? What is your comment on that question, Dr. Ika?
Yes, this is a very good question, and I think it's still relevant. So even though we are now in the pandemic and people tend to be distant, but we can still do it online, virtually, because I learned about psychiatry, and in the psychological need, the very basic of human need is the need to be connected. As what we are doing right now in our Zoom meeting, I believe that after you join this meeting and we see each other, after this, you will feel more, like happier, like more resilient, like you can feel you are motivated because we are connected to each other. And so that things is still the connectedness between parents and then to friends and then to relatives is still important, even more important in this pandemic. And we can do it online. We can do it virtually if we cannot see them. Because a lot of,
Sorry, Dr. Ika, can you elaborate a bit how the technology can help us to reduce to increase the well-being among youth during pandemic actually?
So the first important thing that when we see that we have a friend, we have to be very aware of which friend support us in a good way. And which people can support us in a good way too, and then try to connect with them via many platforms, many social media, for example, like Zoom, like Facebook, WhatsApp, or Telegram, or something like that. So that when you do video call, you do WhatsApp call, and so that you can talk heart to heart, it will be more fulfilling. So it is still related. But choose someone that can support you when you feel like you're not in a good mental condition at this very moment.
Okay, thank you, Datuk. So I like that statement that we need somebody to help us, even though from your family, from your friends, school, or community, right? Datuk, I like when I referring to your slide, WHO declared that the young people mental health is a key area of concern to which professional and policymaker must directly their attention. In your opinion, Dr. Eka, what are the factors which contribute to this statistic or statement from WHO?
Yeah, so the fact is that is very contribute is because if the development of youth is good, and it will improve the country for some years in the future. So it is very right that the thing that you said before, that our youth is a very important to development of our country, and that's why also the productivity, the contribution to community is very related to mental health. If the young people has a good mental health, then they can contribute more, they can productively more, and we will see the results in the next years, maybe 5 or 10 years ahead in one country. So that is very important.
Okay, Dr. Eka, so I think there are a few questions I get from the audience, Dr. Eka. So the question, do you have any advice, Dr. Eka, the important advice to us today in how we can become more strong support system and to make sure that our youth in Asian country are more resilient to deal with mental issues actually?
Yeah, the concrete one we can see like this webinar, it is also health. This is a very good support system. And the second of all, that we need to make a community where we can open up and then show vulnerabilities, because we cannot help people if they don't want to show their vulnerability. If they pretend, I'm okay, I don't need help, I'm good, but inside they are suffering. So it is very important to make a safe environment, to make a safe community where they can freely talk about mental health. And this program, something like that, is still a challenge for us today because a lot of stigma out there. But if we can continue do it persistently by making this safe environment, safe community for showing vulnerability, it will be great step.
Thank you, Dr. Eka. There are a lot of questions here. One question, how to develop frontliner mental during this pandemic? Most of them are very successful with his duty. So could you please explain a bit, Dr. Eka, what is the best alternative or some advice to the frontliner to develop a good mental well-being to make sure that they can deal with any challenging during their duty?
Yes, it is very hard for frontliners at this very moment. But the first thing that you should know before helping others, you should do self-care. You should take care of yourself first. It is okay that you take time then to rest. And then maybe after your duty, make that resting time your very favorite time for yourself. So do self-care. Any self-care that you like. So this is very personal, and come back to the persons itself. because it's very personal. So self-care will help you to recharge. So mental health is not a continuous line. It's this line. So it's up and down lines. And how we recharge. After we down, how we recharge, then we go up. Something like that. So keep recharging by doing self-care. Anything for yourself in your rest time. And then continue again to work.
So I like the word the recharging that you mentioned to the audience, Dr. Ika. I believe that doing the activity like have enough sleep, right? Doing more exercise, okay? Make sure that you have a strong support with your family, your school,
Yes.
your community, and everything can build a good support system, and to make sure that your mental health and can be a part of your daily life actually. So Dr. Ika, okay, the comment here for keep recharging. Keep recharging is a very powerful word. Thank you, Dr. Ika. Thank you, Ika, for your very insightful sharing. So now, Dr. Ika, so do you have any other comment, Dr. Ika, or some sharing session or comment on what your advice to make sure that the youth in your Asian perspective can be very resilient during a pandemic, Dr. Ika? A bit tips or advice to the youth.
Yeah. So for youth, as a young people, they tend to think what other people think. So they will follow like trends. They will follow other people. They try to, get their self the same like their idols or the other people or their peer group. So there is a lot of support. There is a lot of pressure in a peer group sometimes, and especially in the social media. So please be secure of yourself first. You don't have to think that I have to be like this. This is like a trend. This is favorite. This is thing. I want to be accepted. Accept yourself first. That is what I see in the young people. So they tend to see person and praise them, and and in fact their mental health, because they cannot be like that, but they try to force themselves, and that makes their mental health it's not in a good condition. So it is very important to accept yourself and be secured enough with yourself. So it is okay to be yourself. That is for young people.
Okay, Dr. Ika. So from your presentation, I heard that you mentioned it's okay to not be okay, right? Could you please explain a bit, Dr. Ika, about that statement and relate to the during pandemic scenario in Asian perspective?
Yes. So that is a vulnerability. And for example, if our leg bleeding, it is okay. We are not okay, maybe due to accident. And then we go to the doctor. Doctor, I'm not okay. Cure me. Give me medications. The same like our mental health. If we feel lonely, if we have suicidal ideation, if we have panic, for example, that panic attack that we cannot overcome ourselves, sometimes we tend to be closed and we don't want to people know. We don't want to seek medical help. But by open up that I'm not okay. Okay, it's okay to not be okay. I will speak maybe to my family, for example, or my friends, like I'm feeling sad and I'm feeling lonely. I have suicidal ideation. Maybe they would help. And then we can also go to the medical services or ask for help in a mental health professional. So it is okay to not be okay. Don't afraid to be sad. Don't judge yourself to be vulnerable. Don't judge yourself to be anxious or panic or afraid, or don't judge yourself. It's okay. We are human. We have emotions and we have feelings. So it is very okay to feel our emotions. And if we cannot cope with that by ourselves, it is the time to ask for help because we are not okay.
Okay, Dr. Eka. So, Dr. Eka, I got a question when I look at Facebook, right? Some of company are expecting their employee to support each other. It's a very, very good statement. Even though to the point is assigning an employee to be a good listener. But the issue is, Dr. Eka, they don't have it without proper training. So, what is your response on that question, actually, Dr. Eka?
Yeah. This is something that tend to be lacking in our in most companies. So sometimes I also hear complaint about that. So it is very important to for the employee to thought about for example, a psychological first aid. Not only think like how you build your skill for this, but how you build skill for your own mental health and for other mental health, and like the ability to listen and to give empathy to others is very important in terms of relations, even the colleagues' relations in a company. So yes, I do agree with that. And what we can do is to have a training so that people know how to do empathy, to give their empathy, and how to be a good listener.
Please remind that be a good listener, please be empathy. That is a very powerful skill that we have to maximize to make sure that we can provide a good services to our client, our society, and everything. From the chat here, Dr. Eka, acknowledge the negative emotion. Do not deny how we feel. That is very powerful statement as well. Everything starts from within to be able to cope within anything thereafter. Not only for use, but the family member also have a stress during pandemic. We lost family, friend, and others. How to help them outside from your topic, Dr. Eka. So this is the comment I got from the Zoom chat. Okay, Dr. Eka, I think we're still waiting for the questions. So if is there any question from the audience? So while waiting for the question for the audience, Dr. Eka, Dr. Eka, I would like to quote some very meaningful quote. Youth is happy because it has the capacity to see the beauty. Okay, anyone who keep this ability to see beauty never grow old. Means it's a very powerful statement, Dr. Eka, right? Because we as an individual who deal with youth, we try our best to provide a very strong support system to make sure that youth can see the beauty of life. Are you agree with the statement, Dr. Eka?
Yes, so it is very important to focus on a beauty of our life, because of course our life has the bad side and also the good side, the beautiful and the ugly that we don't want to see. But if we are trying to focus on a positive side, things that we are still can feel grateful for, it will make our life more beautiful and we tend to be happy. For example, like we are very in a difficult condition, we lost our loved one, we lost our jobs, we don't have anything anymore in this pandemic, we cannot do our activity anymore, but hey, I still breathe. So this is the positive thing, the beautiful thing. Breathing is a beautiful thing in our life, and we're still breathing. I'm still grateful, thank God I'm breathing and freely with I don't have to pay for oxygen. That's enough for me, and that's why it will make our brain connections more keep younger. So yeah, you can do something like that.
Okay, Dr. Eka, I have a question from the slido.com. What is the best phrase to respond to a person that has a suicidal ideation? Could you respond on that question, please?
So actually it has some steps, right? Talking about suicidal ideation, it has another approach, I mean, specific approach. So, but for instance, if someone told you that, then you can try to, okay, I understand your feeling. So we cannot say that, no, you cannot think of that. We cannot say like that, but instead we are validating their emotions. Okay, right now you feel like this. How can I help you? Do you want me to listen to you? What do you want to say? So give them room to talk and be a good listener first. And then after that, we try to connect him or her to a mental health services.
Okay,
So yeah, that's...
Okay, second question, Dr. Eka, from Slido. What is the best, how to cope with anxiety and where to see help for anxiety in Malaysian perspective, but you can share from your Indonesian perspective. So what is the best place for us to seek the help if you have anxiety?
Yeah, so anxiety, if it happens like months, and then we cannot overcome that with the maps that I have already given you, with the tools. You remember, with the tools that I have given you, try to do, for example, a relaxation, but and breathing relaxation, and practice mindfulness. If it's not help, then go ask for professional mental health. You can go to the hospital, see psychiatrist or psychologist or therapist, and it will help you, because sometimes anxiety is not only about we are anxious because of something, but it is our amygdala in our brain that is that overreacting. So we cannot control the anxiety. So mental health is something that is very real. We cannot say that you don't have to be anxious. It is a simple thing. It's a piece of cake. Don't be anxious of the pandemic. But we cannot say something like that to the mentally to the mentally disturbances people. So it is there because the neuron that is very overreactive, so they tend to feel anxious with anything. The way they perceive the stressor makes them anxious, so they need help psychologically and pharmacologically. So sometimes there is a medication, the psychotropic drugs that is given with prescription, of course, from a physician. So yeah, it is very important to go to the mental health services.
Thank you, Dr. Eka. I believe that a lot of questions from the audience, Dr. Eka, but we have only a few minutes to conclude our session. Now we come to the end of our first session, Dr. Eka. So thank you very much for your sharing and your time and experience with us. So with that, we are ready for the second slot with Dr. Ting Hock from Universiti Malaysia Sarawak. Thank you very much, Dr. Eka, for your sharing session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idris and everyone.
Once again, I would like to say hi to those of you who joined us since this morning and you're still here with us. So that's definitely amazing you. Thank you very much. And of course, what we had earlier on was a session which is very insightful, sharing from Dr. Ekachaeryanti Zain, Indonesia, the psychiatrist at Hospital Samarinda, and of course with our moderator, Dr. Idris Aden, the counseling lecturer of Universiti Malaysia Sarawak. He'll be back right after this with more sharing, of course, with our next speaker that will be talking on depression and challenges. All right, and before that, it is amazing to see this very much amazing response, especially from the participants who join us today. All right, we have so far 499 participants. Thank you very much for that beautiful support of yours. All right, even though it's a Saturday, I know it's a weekend and everybody is so busy with the family at home perhaps, but you still have time to join us. So that's definitely the best. Terima kasih semua yang dah join kita pada pagi itu, especially to the participants yang datangnya dari Sarawak, of course, also from Semenanjung, Malaysia, and also from the ASEAN countries as well. You guys are great. So thank you very much once again for joining us. All right. And also, as we mentioned earlier on, that this webinar can be joined via Facebook. All right. And also we have another platform that will be at the YouTube platform. That is the channel of the Young Minds Malaysia. You just simply search as that Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conference. All right, you still have time, all right, to share with your friends and your family about this. All right, and of course, we also have live chat going on at the YouTube channel as well at the Young Minds Malaysia. All right, and we expect more to come, and also join us at the Slido.com platform. All right, simply the code to log in is #SayHML21. So we have a few questions that coming in at the Slido.com. All right, and also to be discussed by our experts later on during the whole day of the conference. Okay, and also what we have here is some questions on how to cope with anxiety and where to seek help for anxiety in Malaysia, and what is the best phrase to respond to a person that has a suicidal ideation, and how about counseling session, or does it help us who are suffering? So what do counseling sessions do? So these are a few questions that we have on the Slido.com. So simply log in to Slido.com platform for you to share your opinion, your ideas, and also to voice out anything. All right, here all the way till 4 p.m. at the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conference. Okay, looking at the time right now, it's coming to 11 o'clock this morning, and we are coming to the slot 2, all right, which is on the topic depression and challenges. So this is going to be very interesting with our local expert that will be Dr. Ting Hock, all right, a psychiatrist at Universiti Malaysia Sarawak. There's another interesting topic on depression and challenges. So it is an ongoing journey for each and every one of us. So hopefully that this, it is not going to be the first conference, first and the last. No, as you can see, all right, as the conference itself, it is mentioned as conferences. So definitely we have more conference on this youth mental health, all right, and more to come. So today, as we are ready for our next session that is on depression and challenges, and I'm sure Dr. Ting is already. And also, let's hand it over back to our moderator, Dr. Idris Aiden. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, apa khabar orang Sarawak? Okay. Welcome to our conference. We'd like to welcome to our audience to Asian Youth Mental Health Southeast Asian 2021. How are you, Dr. Bennett? How are you, Dr. Bennett? Good. We are same University, Unimas, right? You are from Faculty of Medicine, is it?
Yeah.
I'm from Faculty of Science Cognitive. I think we are quite close, okay, Dr. Bennett. But then we try our best to share your science session today. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second presenter, Dr. Ting Hock, or Dr. Bennett serves as a medical lecturer at the Department of Psychological Medicine, Universiti Malaysia Sarawak, Unimas. Okay. He also a visiting psychiatrist at the Hospital Sentosa Kuching Sarawak and members of Royal College Psychiatrists United Kingdom. Okay, Dr. Bennett also been active advocate in mental health issues. Currently, he serves as one of the team members in mental health and psychosocial support service to provide psychological first aid to people that are affected by COVID-19. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Bennett to present his topic, depression and challenge. Doctor, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Idris, for the kind introductions, and good morning to all of you. I'm very honored to be here today to share about depressions among the youth and challenges they face in their life. You know, earlier on, Dr. Ika had mentioned about a lot things about mental health, well-being, and some of the tips that you can do to have self-help. And later on, I will share a little bit about simple ways that we can help the people around us. And I think it's very impressive and very thankful that Dr. Ika had given us a kind picture of how we can help ourselves. Well, it's kind of challenging to keep yourself alert still around the noontime because some of you may be hungry, and then I see around 500 people here. So that is very, very, very encouraging. Right. Before we start, maybe I would like to hear from you. What colors can represent you today? Your day today, right? So you can use the annotate function. I believe many of you have been using Zoom over the past 1.5 years. So you can just use your annotate functions. You can circle, you can make a love there. You can just put a note in the chat box. How do you feel today? And what colors represents your day? And then tell us why you choose that color. Maybe it's a red color, you feel very excited. Maybe it's a pink because you feel you're very healthy. Things like that. You see very you choose yellow color because it's very bright day today. It's very hot outside. You feel like a little bit gloomy, as Dr. Eka had mentioned. It's okay to be not okay, right? So it's okay if you choose a black day today where you don't feel that good. That is fine. So we are here today and to encourage each other, and we also want to support each other, and it's good to hear from you as well, not only to hear from us as professionals. Okay, I saw some of you have been choosing some of the colors. I have seen pink colors, I've seen gray colors, and then blue colors, and I welcome you to have more conversations in the chat box here to tell us why you have chosen that color. Maybe you can share with us a little bit more about that. Oh, I see a love there. That is very kind of you. Let me see who. I can't see the name. Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, thank you for all your response. So let me just clear. Okay, so I will continue with my presentation. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your drawing. Let's go on. Right, so we do know that 1.2 billion of youth aged 15 to 24 years old in the whole world, and then in the record from the UNICEF, actually 10 to 20% of the world's youth actually experience a mental health conditions. It may not be a disorder, but some of them may be feeling very stressed, some of them may be feeling anxiety, and some of them may be feeling depressed. And we know that in Southeast Asia, adolescents actually constitute an important social group, which is also about 20%. Like 362 million of the individuals of the total regional population in Southeast Asia. And you see how much of our youth in our region. And that's why this is very relevant conference that we are having today. Right. Mental health conditions have a very significant impact on the development of many youth and their social and economic integration, and especially the employability, right? And it was estimated to affect that 20% of the people and of the adolescents worldwide, and also in Southeast Asia region. And it's already a global concern when we talk about mental health conditions, which may include the mental health problems, which may include the behavioral problems, for example, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, especially in the pandemic era, and then disruptive behaviors like ADHD, attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, mood disturbance, substance usage. You'll be surprised on the data that we probably have got over this region, that the substance usage is also one of the alarming public health issues, and the suicidal behavior, the aggressiveness, disruptive behaviors, and all of these are the leading causes of adjustment problems in our adolescents or young people worldwide, and also in our region. So many of our youth, they are living in stress, in anxiety. They may be very confused. They are in fears. They probably worry about their futures, worry about their present. There's a lot of negative emotional impact, and that may actually affect their quality of life very badly. And because of that, that also can affect their development. quality of life and the ability to be able to fully participate in their communities. Right. The facts by WHO mention that around 16% of the global burdens actually goes to the people who are aged at between 10 to 19 years old. It always started, most of the time, not always, most of the time it started at 14 years of age, and many of the cases actually left undetected and untreated. And depression is still one of the leading causes and the burden for the disability among the adolescents. And we also know that the suicide is the 4th leading cause of death among the age group of 15 to 19 years old. And in the data also, they mentioned about a 2nd leading cause among the people who are between 15 to 29 years old. So, and we know that when depression can be detected early, but if it's left undetected, unattended, many suicidal cases can happen, and it's because of that the statistics is on the rise. Right. So if you look at the mental health status of adolescents in Southeast Asia, a report published by our World Health Organization, WHO, in 2017, although it did not include all the Southeast Asia countries, but I can just briefly show you some of the countries that have projected the data in this report. They have done this global school-based student health survey involving the youth aged 13 to 17 years old, mostly in the age of middle school or secondary school. And they use anonymous reporting by the respondent students through self-administered questionnaires. And then in the nationally representative samples of school, and this actually, the anonymity actually will help to provide a better result on reporting the behaviors and practice that may consider to be social taboos. And let's see, from Indonesia, we have a lesser people having a suicidal behavior. They have about 10% of the total populations in between 13 to 17. And you can see here the suicidal ideations, about 5%, with suicidal ideations with the plan, about 6%, and then those who actually attempted suicide reported about 4%, right? And the suicide rates among this age is 3.6 per 100,000 people in 2012. And you can see warning signs of the mental health problems that reported. Some actually reported anxiety, some reported loneliness, and some of them actually reported they do not have close friends. This is from Indonesia, right? And then we go on to Myanmar. Myanmar also have around 10% of the total populations are adolescents, right? And the suicide rate is actually higher. You can see here is about 15.7 per 100,000 people that reported in 2012. All right, and then the suicidal behavior is actually relatively higher compared to in Indonesia. 9% of them have reported having suicidal ideations, and some of them actually have plans, and 9% of them already attempted suicide. And what are the warning signs like anxiety, loneliness, and depression actually recorded very high, high amount. Is like one in 4 of the adolescents that who actually participated in this study. We go on with Thailand. Thailand have about 6.4% of the adolescents aged between 13 to 17 years old of the total populations when the study conducted, and about 8.1 per 100,000 people having these suicide rates. And again, the suicide behavior is rather high. You can see suicidal ideations, 13%, suicidal ideations with the plans, 15%, and 13% of them actually attempted suicide. again, the risk or the warning signs that have these mental problems is having anxiety or loneliness or had no close friends. Now back to Malaysia. Malaysia, we had done a more recent study in 2017. Basically, we focus on the adolescents' mental health in Malaysia. And this is equally alarming, where we actually recorded 1 in 5 of them reported having depression, and then 2 in 5 having anxiety, and about 10% of them having stressful life. We go to the Sarawak specifically because it's almost comparable. You can see all this, the bar chart is almost similar. And in Sarawak, we have about 15% of adolescents reported they were depressed. And then one third of them are having anxiety and also less reported stress. So depression and anxiety are among the commonest mental health conditions that we really cannot ignore among the youth group. Okay, when we talk about the adolescent suicidal behavior, and you can see actually from 2012 to 2017, the comparison is that there is an increase, actually marked increase in the suicidal ideations from 7.9% to 10%, and many of them have plans as well, and also the suicide attempt event also increased from 2012 to 2017. And what is more alarming is that the age group is getting younger. You know, Form 1 students means they are 13 years old, and they are among the people who are more prevalent having all this suicidal behavior. So I have seen some of you have have asked questions about what are the depression signs among the adolescents. Usually most of them are quite similar to those reported in adults. Some of them may be a little bit different from adults, and many of our youth and adolescents, when they reported they are depressed, they also have anxiety. They can be easily angry. Although most of them can report, you know, I have low mood persistently all the time, and I don't feel interested in doing the things that I like to do, or I have lost interest or lost pleasure in doing the things I used to do, although I used to like to do it in the past. And I lost energy. I have problem with concentrations, paying attention to my studies. I can eat a little bit more, or I eat much less than before. Or I have some sleep changes, like I can tend to sleep more, or I just have problem with sleep, right? And then many of them would just isolate themselves from the peers group, from other people, and just keep to themselves. And more worryingly is about the thoughts of the death. And you see, many thoughts may have gone through their mind when they reported they are having depressions. They may be having fears, you know, especially in those developing countries, you know, they are living in poverty. They don't feel safe because of the war, because of the pandemic as well. They may feel loneliness because they reported don't have friends. They don't know how to communicate with others, right? And they worry about not being accepted by others, or being rejected by others, being rejected by the peers group, or even by the adults around them. Sometimes they may have their own judgment on themselves, or the fear of people being very judgmental towards them, right? They can be very vulnerable because they experience a lot of traumatic experience, like domestic violence, or the social bully from school and all. So all these could be contributing factors that predispose them to have a negative emotional state, right? So I will talk about some of the contributing factors, and we have seen from the data earlier, many of them have reported feeling loneliness, and they get anxious very easily. They do not have enough friends. They don't know how to communicate with their friends, right? And then they also have the desire to have greater autonomy. And if you study psychology well, you probably know the Ericksons in the youth group. They're always looking for some form of freedoms, and they don't like to be limited, especially by their parents or the caretakers, and they start to shift their focus from the family to the peers group, to the environmental to the environment around them, like the school communities, the club, and the peer groups. Also, identity is something that they're worried about. Sometimes they are confused with their gender identity and all, and during the explorations, they may actually pose a risk or to develop negative mental state in their youth, in the age group. And social bullying, needless to say, I think this is very common. Being netizens, you and I, we have noted many of them have been very, very unkind to the human beings and always put very negative words to each other. And this actually can pose a risk to cause them to feel very bad in their life, or if they are a very active social media user. Right? They are having pressure to conform with their peers. Also, in our education system, we always focus on having a good results. We want them to be having flying colors results, but there is something lacking in our education system where we don't usually focus on the emotional coping skills. And because of that, many of the professionals or high achievers, they can do very well in their academics, but they do not have a very good enough or adequate coping skills to help themselves to undergo all these negative events or stressful life events in their life. And substance usage is rather common. And in the place that I practice, I have seen as young as 10 years old starting to drink alcohol, to use smoke, to use smoke cigarettes, and also worse still, the family is a substance abuser, like using methamphetamine, and they may actually use the substance. The child or the children, they may actually follow the footsteps of the adults who are using the substance, right? And again, I think Dr. Eka also mentioned this earlier about the access to the use of the technology. If you have been using the technology, smartphones excessively in the day, then it may actually cause you to have some problem with addictions, and that may also predispose you to some negative mental states as well. And of course, there are many more factors, the personal factors or the environmental factors. And not to forget as well, very importantly, we also need to know many of these psychiatric conditions or mental disorders are due to genetic or biological factors, where they have this problem with the neurotransmitter, the chemicals in your brain. And that's why when any clients come into a mental health professionals, we are trying our best to make sure that all this can be examined carefully, so that we can target treatment in our best capacity, right? Okay, you know what? The social media plays a big part in in the life of our youth. So the use of smartphone is just like a double-edged sword. That on one hand is so convenient that can gather informations, and yet it can affect some of them very negatively. I'm sure many of you have known about this, the BTS meals, right? That just happened recently, and following the footsteps of idols may not be entirely a bad thing if they display a good image, so our people can follow. Yeah, but however, excessive use can be problematic, and it can actually disrupt the quality of lives. And many of us were stunned 2 years ago, if you still remember, when it became an international news in Sarawak, where a Sarawakian youth had a 16-year-old girl who actually decided to take her own life after she posted an Instagram poll asking the friends or the followers if she had to choose D means die, or L means leave, right? And it was reported that 69%, about 70% of the respondents, the netizens, voting that she should choose D instead of L. So we know that suicide can be very complex and it always contributed by a lot of factors, but the netizens could have played some role in preventing this tragedy as well. So knowing all these contributing factors, the challenges, what are the protective factors then? Again, Dr. Eka had mentioned about the resilience have played very important role in keeping oneself strong. Like muscles, you need to really train enough to get yourself over the time so that you can actually get over all these challenges of emotional punches each time in our life. And it's okay if you haven't achieved the level of resilience yet, because when the self-help mechanism fails, the willingness to seek help is another important protective factors, as also reported in the Southeast Asian mental health status report just now, and allow others to help you to go through these difficulties. In the previous studies, they also mentioned about some other protective factors like parental engagement, very kind and helpful friends, and supportive school and community. And that's why we want to build a very kind and very lovely, very supportive environment, not only depending on ourselves most of the time, but also we can gather others people as external resource to help the youth to go on or to move on with their difficulties in their life. Now, again, I know it can be very boring if I'm talking alone, so let me just pause a while and let us ponder what do we need at this moment, right? At this moment means be more mindful that what you need right now. I'm sure many of you are youth, you are dealing with youth very heavily, right? So maybe you can choose what are things that you think that is more needful at this moment. You can use the annotate function. Again, you also can write in the chat box or in the YouTube or Facebook link. You maybe you need some go to you that you probably
This meeting is being
now,
recorded.
and then you want someone to show their hand to you. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. You need some friendship here, maybe. Yeah, you're welcome to express to us of what you need right at the moment. And of course, I hope maybe at the end of the conference, we do get to know more about you and we be more interactive in this conference, because I think it's very meaningful that we have many panels and even many participants from all over the all countries over the regions, right? So that actually help us to gather some information that, you know, what are the things that we really need in our region, right? Okay, thank you for all this very overwhelming response. Maybe I can just go on, right? Just give me a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, so some of the challenges that we have as reported in these Asian mental health systems are the mental health literacy, right? We need more community awareness program. We also see problems with stigma and also discriminations, because mental health problems that talk about, and sometimes they have difficulty to make a first step to seek help. Also, problem with accessing the mental health service, especially in Sarawak. I had done a brief statistic yesterday. What was recommended by WHO is that we need one psychiatrist to 200,000, one psychiatrist to 10,000 of the populations. And at this moment, in the whole nations of Malaysia, we have one psychiatrist to around 200,000 of population. So you see there is a very big gap here. And all over the Sarawak, we only have around 40 psychiatrists and 4 of us in university. So that's why we see there is a limitation in accessing to mental health service. That is not counting our counselors, our clinical psychologists, where they can also help us with some form of psychotherapy or mental therapy before that these people can get access to medications, right? Also, even if we have the mental health service, a lot of time that they do not have enough rehabilitation service to help these people to go back to society. We do not want them to just get treated. We also want them to go back to the society and be able to contribute to the society. As you already know, the Dr. Eka also mentioned about the definition just now about what is mental health. Is not only about you having the health physically, mentally, and socially, but you are also able to fully participate in the society. And that's how we want to increase the quality of life. And how we can do this, I believe maybe in the afternoon, you can also talk a little bit with speakers from all over the regions, because I know Singapore have been doing this quite well. They can refer their patients to job club, and we also have our occupational therapists who help them with job coaching, right? So this is something that we have limitations, but over the years we have been moving on, and we try our best to improve the service. Of course, you also notice there are problems with policy, legislations, and in this region there are some nations that do not have mental health act yet, and luckily in Malaysia, in many of these more developed country in this region, we have the mental health act. But of course, there are many things that need to be updated over the past maybe 10-20 years, right? We need more collaborative resources from the NGOs and from the university, the educators and all. And of course, very important as an educator, I must highlight this as well. We need more research to help us to gather more data on how we know what we are lacking now and where are we now at this moment. Now, United Nations in 2015 urged the global collaboration that we want to work towards a sustainable developmental goals and leave no one behind. We don't want to leave anyone behind. And this is the propaganda. And we already mentioned also, there is no health without mental health, right? No man is an island. I believe all of you agree here. That's why we are here today, and we talk to each other. We share our knowledge and experience, and we share our vulnerability with our difficulties, because a human is a social creature, and with this we will be able to help each other as well. So some of the do's and don'ts that we can do to help our friends, because Dr. Eka already mentioned about how to self-help, so I will talk about how we can help others. Try to show concern and allow them to express their emotions. You know, many a time people, they don't talk about it because they are either being denied of their emotions, or that people do not know how to handle their emotion, and they try to stop people from expressing their emotion. And actually, you don't have to do much. You just need to pay attention and lend your ears to listen to them without being judgmental. And if needed, you can even accompany them to receive treatments from the health professionals. What we try not to do is that if they actually mention something very important, like, you know, the life is not meaningful, I better leave, I better die off, and all these important hints, or even even if you have seen the message on the social media that someone is telling something is very alarming, you can do something about it. You don't miss or just ignore that important hint. We try not to say, I know how you feel, because we will never know how others feel entirely. We can say, I can see that you feel very, very bad now. I'm not sure how much I can help you, but I'm willingly being here listening to you, and we see how we can go through this together. And try not to be secretive as well. Don't keep empty promise telling them, I won't tell everyone, just tell me your emotion. And then if they're feeling suicidal and you think there is a need to help them to go for emergency help, try not to keep that secret. You want to help them promptly. Yeah. And I like this the campaign that have been done in Australia many years. Yeah, they are more advanced, definitely. And I also saw the comment just now, the conversation could change a life. So don't keep things to yourself only. You start to have these changing life conversations by doing this. Are you okay? So I adopt this model of campaign that have been promoted by the Australian agencies. So there are 4 steps, very easy for you to do. You just ask, are you okay? And you listen and encourage action and checking. How do you do it? I give you some example. Are you okay? Right? So you notice something not right for this person. You say, I noticed a few changes in you on how you actually talking or what you are doing. How are things for you at the moment? So you give an open-ended questions, allow them to express what is not right at the moment. Right? You don't see yourself lately. You want to talk about it. You actually start to invite them to talk about it. Okay, I know there's been some big life changes in you. How are you going with that? Are you coping well? We do not assume that everyone who have major life events, they have difficulty to cope with that. But it's good also if you can show concern and start asking them, how do you feel right now? Do you need any help? Then you can start listening, right? What has been happening? Would you like to talk? Right? I'm here to listen if you want to talk more. What you're going on is not really easy. So it's good that we can talk about it if you want. So we do not force them to talk, but we allow them to open the conversations. And you can say if some things that you are unsure about that you want to share with me right now. Maybe I just want to let you know I'm here when you are ready. So you can talk to me when you feel more comfortable, right? We don't force them. We can encourage actions like, what can I do for you right now? Instead of, I think you should do this, I think you should do that. I think there's one question about stay positive and all. There's something what we call toxic positivity. We ask them to be positive. It's very hard for people who are in a very depressed state. You ask them to be positive at all time. So that's why we always say that it's okay to be not okay. It's okay to be not okay for sometimes, not all the time. If all the time you don't feel okay, that means there is some problem in you and then you probably need help. And do you think you might need to get some professional help, right? So you can encourage them, maybe I'm not the best person that I can help you, but I'm willingly accompany you to seek help, maybe a health professional. So this is something that's very easy for a public to do. You don't need to be a professional yet. And then after you talk to them, sometimes the things may not just go on, may not just stop there, right? So if you remember, you can check in with them again. How have you been since we last chatted? Have things been improving since we talked maybe 1 week ago? Do you need more support at this moment? You want to talk a little bit more? I'm hoping I can help you. Or maybe if you think that this person might not be at the best state yet, and then you can actually suggest, maybe I can chat with you again the next week. So that actually help you to open out the conversations next week, and you can check in with your friends again, right? If they are not ready to talk, that is fine. Just normalize the experience, I know that when I say I'm fine, I'm far from it. Are you really okay right now? Or, the conversations is not that easy. I know it's not easy for you to talk about it as well. I'm here for you when you feel like you want to talk, right? So you give them a hope, a resource that they can go for when they need someone to talk to, and they will remember you if they really want to talk to, because you have offered the help, right? So you don't have to be an expert, actually. You just need to show the care. And that's how easy it is. And as I mentioned, the 4 steps that we mentioned just a moment ago, right? And during this pandemic, there are many certain uncertainties. People are still worrying about the virus, the social distancing, being infected by the virus. They may also worry about the social conditions. They may have problem with employment and all. All these are real. These are true. We just need to acknowledge. And I also want to remind you, it might be stormy right now, but the rain doesn't last forever. It will stop one day, but at this moment, right? All of us are here. We want to help each other. So there are many resources. As you want to help others, always remain hopeful, because there are always hope out there in the community. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for your excellent sharing. Okay. Are you okay, Doctor?
Yes.
Are you okay? Thank you. Very good sharing session. I would like to relate the topic today with the key fact that last year, Doctor, from WHO, that has reported that more than 264 million people of age suffer from depression. Quite a huge number, Doctor, right? Depression is leading cause of disability worldwide, and at the same time, it contributes to the overall global burden of disease. So we all may take this topic seriously, and equip ourselves with the knowledge and skill to make sure that we can deal with depression successful, and to make sure people outside there are having knowledge and skill to deal with that. But Doctor, from your sharing, I'd like to recap some point that you are focusing on listening skill. That's very important to be a part of society, to help the society with depression, right? So I try to quote one very powerful quote from the Courageous. We think we listen. Okay, Doctor, okay, we listen carefully. We think we listen, but very rarely do we listen with real understanding. Okay, true empathy, yet listening of this very special kind is one of the most important process to change that I know. So means that from this quote, Doctor, I can conclude that listening skill is very powerful skill to make sure that we try to understand people with depression experience. Doctor, can I open for the question, Doctor?
Yeah, sure.
I think there are a lot of questions here, Doctor. So
really?
Thank you very much for the audience. Okay? Question number 1, Doctor. I pick up question from the audience number 1. How to overcome negative thinking and manage your stress, Doctor? Can you please respond on that?
Right. I think first of all, we need to acknowledge that this negative experience or stressful events may happen on and off in our life. And sometimes they may not be entirely bad, For example, if we feel anxious about COVID virus, right, we are more careful. It's either we will be more careful or you're just being very panic all the time. But when you're actually more cautious about the harmfulness of the COVID, that you will be more careful with the safety precautions. You will wear masks, you will keep social distancing, you will wash your hands very promptly. And this is something which is good. I don't think that is always bad. But when it actually affects your life very badly, then it actually affects your quality of life. Like you can't sleep well, you can't eat well, you can't function very well. Then maybe this is a time that you need to practice whatever Dr. Eka had mentioned earlier. You want to sleep enough, you want to do exercise, you want to talk to someone that you trust, you want to be more mindful. You can have some self-help tools, some help measures like relaxation techniques, deep breathing exercise, do muscle relaxations. And if all these self-help mechanism fails, I would really encourage you to talk to some mental health professionals. It may not be psychiatrists, because people may be very worrying if I need to see a psychiatrist, right? They may prescribe me with medications and they will ask me to take medicine for lifelong. But actually, it's not really that true. There is no medication that we will give for lifelong unless you really need it. But you also can go to counselors, you can go to clinical psychologists, and they are equally helpful, because as I mentioned, the very important skill is that you try to listen to what they need. And these are the people that are trained in how they can help you by not only listening to you, also providing some psychotherapy that can help you to go through the difficulties.
Thank you, Doctor. So I like the word that you mentioned, that you can see the counselor, right? So it's related to my second question. Doctor, could you please share with us some of the effective psychological perspective and pharmacological treatment that can be used to deal with the depression client?
Okay. I think this is something more high-fi questions. Maybe not all the lay person will be able to get access to all these type of psychotherapy. But as a very fundamental therapy that we use is cognitive behavioral therapy that help us to go through what are the cognitive errors in our mind and help us to restructure the way we think, and that will actually affect how we feel and how we behave. But of course, there are many other therapies that in the market, like schema therapy, DBT, like mindfulness-based stressful reduction, and I myself, I like acceptance and commitment therapy, and all these can be very helpful. Yeah, but it really depends on the expert that you go into, because they will actually try to tailor your needs and prescribe you with the therapy that you probably suits you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. I can see from my experience as a counselor too, it's very challenging to provide a service to the client with depression and other mental health issues, actually. So, Doctor, can we go to the third question there, where how to overcome pandemic fatigue from the audience? How to overcome the pandemic fatigue?
Okay, I think again it's the same thing that we have mentioned earlier. Make sure that you try to have self-care measures. The pandemic fatigue can be due to your work, or can be because you're having a lot of Zoom meeting. I myself feel very tired because every other day I will have a very long Zoom meeting or webinars or everything, because it's so easy for us to get access to all these webinars now. So everyone wants to do that, and so you have to carefully choose what is really needed by yourself. You don't go to everything. If you go to everything, of course you will feel very fatigued. But of course, the pandemic itself is something that we can't help. We can't control the situation, but we have to do our parts, right? So again, the self-help measures very important. Keep your lifestyle healthy, eat healthy, sleep healthy, and exercise. That will make your life easier.
Thank you, Doctor. Other question, Doctor, is quite relevant to our state in Sarawak. Where can we get diagnosed with mental health illness in Malaysia, especially in Sarawak? Just any psychiatric clinic will do. Could you please, Doctor, share, is there any clinic in Sarawak can provide this type of services?
Yeah, actually not only Sarawak, I think the whole Malaysia, you can get to mental health service very easily nowadays. You just need to go to any clinic, be it private clinic or psychiatric clinic or polyclinic, what we call clinic kesehatan, health clinic. Just see a doctor and then tell them what you need. And then they can actually refer you to a tertiary care center like Hospital Sentosa in Kuching, and then General Hospital, Sarawak General Hospital, and actually in most of the district in Malaysia, in Sarawak, we do have one psychiatrist there and also visiting psychiatrist. So we have tried to cover most of the psychiatry service, even in a place like Limbang, Sri Aman, Betong. So it's not that difficult for you to get access to the mental health service nowadays after we know that there are challenges that I mentioned just now. So we try our best, although it may take time sometimes, because if you're going to visiting clinic, it may be once in a month. So if you need that help, then not necessarily you must go to psychiatrist first. You can go to any counselors. I think most of the major health clinic nowadays, they do have counselors. Even the private medical centers, they do have counselors and also psychologists. So they can assess your condition, and then they will see the needfulness for you to go for a medical checkout and whether you need some medications. So we work hand in hand, and most of us actually are quite well known to each other. We know where to get help, so you don't have to worry as long as you are willing to seek help.
My problem. Proceed.
Yeah.
Yes. Proceed, Doctor.
Do you ask any new questions?
Okay, so Doctor, thank you for your explanation for the how to get services in Sarawak perspective, right? So Doctor, I pick up a few questions from the audience here. How to acknowledge challenge, but at the same time maintain a positive attitude and let time resolve the challenge on its own. What is your comment on that, Doctor?
Okay, so this is what we have a hypothesis thinking that time will heal one, right? As long as you try to be positive, and time will heal you. But sometimes it's not about time, it's about how you cope with that. So if you really fail to cope on your own, it's good that you get someone to help you. And again, you can allow time to help you to heal from time to time. But then maybe you just need extra support from the external entity, like your friends or from professional group, to help you to go through the difficulties.
Kiroto? Okay, when I look at the Zoom, so there are one question quite. Okay, the question is the difference between teen depression and rebellions is a very thin line. How do you differentiate this? And as a parents, are sometimes prompts to jump to conclusion that their children are just rebellious. What your advice to parents, family members on how they can help these children? What is your response on that, Doctor?
Yeah, I must say this is a very important question. I don't know how many of you are parents here. Maybe you can just raise your hand if you like to. We must say that it's very challenging to teach or educate our youngsters nowadays, and really challenging because there are information overload, and a lot of time we are also quite busy with our work and all that. So not so easy. Even at school, the teachers, they may have challenges when come to educating our young ones, and so we tend to see the behavior as rebellious, but have we actually tried to listen to them? And if you really listen to them carefully, actually in the report I mentioned earlier by the Southeast Asia, the World Health Organizations in the Southeast Asia region, they had mentioned in the report in 2017, the parental engagement is very important, and many of them who reported that the parental engagement higher than usual, the children actually can live in a better and more healthier way, right? So parent is the person who always they will first engage with, right? So if you don't spend enough time with them, you don't understand them well, right? Or you just leave it to the techno nanny, as long as you don't bother me, you don't make noise, I give you the nanny, which is iPad, which is YouTube. That is fine, but you don't have that close communication with them. Again, these are the things that cannot replace how you nurture them emotionally, and how they can learn to cope effectively in their life. So Yeah, so I really urge the parents here, or maybe not only here, the teachers, we try to listen first. We try to spend time to listen to them and try to understand what are the struggles they have. Every behavior has a meaning to it. If you don't listen, you don't examine carefully, you will just lose the youth.
Thank you, Doctor. I can conclude that and link with the ecological perspective, which is the role of family, the role of teacher, the role of the society, counselors, psychologists, and psychiatrists is a very good combination to make sure that the society or the youth can have a proper support system. Okay. To make sure that they can deal with the depression scenario effectively. Doctor, I think one more question. Is it okay, Doctor? One more question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
The last question, I think. Okay. More women are affected by depression than men, Doctor. Okay. And this is a bias, Doctor, but this is statistic I got from the WHO. Okay.
Yes.
So, Doctor, what is your comment on that, Doctor?
Okay. I can tell you actually in the statistics, the prevalence of depression is the same for both male and females. But when it comes to males, because if you know the statistic well, males usually because of the masculinity and then because of the stigma, discrimination, they tend not to seek help early. And that's why actually most of them actually choose to take their life. Yeah, so if you add on those who have taken their life by suicide, the prevalence should be almost similar. But we do know that most of the females, they are more verbal. They are able to express their difficulties with their friends, with the other close peers group and all that. And that's how they actually can sustain a bit longer, although they are in the depressed state, but at least there are support that help them to go through their difficulties. So here I see quite a number of guys here, men. Don't keep things to yourself. If you feel depressed, if you feel you need someone to talk to, please get help. If you can't help yourself, please get help, because we don't want to lose you either.
Thank you, Doktor. Untuk orang Sarawak, kalau stres, kalau tertekan, carilah orang-orang yang boleh membantu kita. Carilah kaunselor, carilah orang-orang yang dapat mendengar kita, ibu bapa kita dan sebagainya. Doktor, thank you, Doktor, for your insightful sharing. And in fact, we have learned from you a lot of how to help individuals with depression, actually. Doctor, before we end our session, I would like to share one positive quote, okay? Try to understand the blackness, okay? Hopelessness and the loneliness that you go through, okay? But there, for them, when they come through the other side, it's hard to be a friend to someone who's depressed. But it's the kindness and the best thing you will ever do, okay? From Stephen Fry. So, Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, we are now complete for our second slot. Thank you very much to Doctor for your sharing, and I hope that the audience still get more information and be ready for our third session. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, and of course, an insightful and another fruitful sharing that we had earlier with Dr. Ting, Chuong, Hock of the Psychiatrist at the Universiti Malaysia Sarawak, and together with our moderator, Dr. Idris Aiden. All right, on depression and challenges, it is indeed definitely a big topic. A big discussion that's going on earlier in the last 45 minutes, or I would say last an hour ago. All right, as we talk about this, there are some key points which I would like also to share with those of you who are still with us, especially the participants. And I can see there are lots of comments that we can have at the chat platform that we have on Zoom as well as on YouTube. So thank you very much for that response. You guys are amazing. Semua kita orang nang best. Walaupun hari tahun Sabtu kita orang pun masih setia bersama kami orang, insyaAllah, until 4 p.m. And I saw there's one question asking about the e-cert. Okay, the e-certificate only will be given to those participants who complete the whole day conference. Okay, ingat ya, petang tu buat kita dapat. Okay, and also so some key points, all right, back to what I mentioned earlier on about some key points that we can share with you, as I also was so in love with the presentation by our two fellow distinguished speakers earlier today, with Dr. Bernard Ting as well as Dr. Eka of Indonesia, as both of them are saying it is okay to not be okay. And keep on asking that questions. I'm sure it is indeed a beautiful question. Definitely, it's not to say that you're a capable person, okay? You are someone who is very busy body, okay? But it is okay to keep on asking your family or your friends and someone who is next to you, all right? Keep on asking, are you okay? Are you okay today? And for you yourself, if you feel you're not okay, you just answer it straight away that I am not okay. It is okay to not be okay, all right? And of course, to those of you who have that talent to be a listener, okay? I call it talent because it's not easy to be a good listener, and it's not everyone can be a good listener as well. So once you listen, all right, be a good listener, do not judge. Okay, so those are the key points that we have earlier on through the two slots that we shared with you today, all right, at the conference of the Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health Conferences, all right, and coming right up in just minutes from now, yes, it's just from seconds from now, as we'll be back with our moderator, Dr. Idris Aiden of Universiti Malaysia, Sarawak. And also definitely with our distinguished speaker, I'm sure a beautiful speaker she is, and she is the psychologist, a registered psychologist, and for the organizational behavior consultant of the Philippines. Oh my goodness, she's so beautiful from this side that I saw on the screen right now. It's Miss Charlene Lucas, and her topic is on the trauma survival guide. Another interesting topic, another, I'm sure it's going to be a very fruitful trauma survival guide kit for everyone, especially to our participants today. And looking at this, we have so far going on Zoom right now, we have 463 participants, okay? And also we can see that on YouTube, as well as on Facebook, people are sharing their comments as well as their discussion on the topics that we have earlier for today's conference. So we have more for you. All right, right after Miss Charlene Lucas, we're going to take a break, but do not go anywhere, as we have a 30 minutes full of excitement, entertainment by our local talent, our local artists, and that's for sure. It's going to be very, very interesting. So without further ado, all right, to all our distinguished speakers, participants, please stay tuned. And we have back to our moderator, Dr. Idris Aiden of Universiti Malaysia Sarawak, the counseling lecturer, to be with Ms. Charlene Lucas, the registered psychologist of the organizational behavior consultant of the Philippines. Back to you, Dr. Idris.
Thank you, Farah. I'm okay, Farah.
You're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum, salam Sarawakku sayang. Welcome to Dr. Miss Charlene Lucas in Tagalog. Maligayang pagdating. Am I right?
Maraming salamat po. Yes po.
Yes po. Okay. Malagayang pagdating. Okay, to our third speaker, Dr. Charles Lucas, to our Asian Youth Mental Health Southeast Asian Conference 2021. Apa khabar? Okay, apa khabar? Okay, apa khabar? Okay. Please be informed that all participants should mute their microphone and video are open mode to make sure that our program is smooth. Before we start our program, I would like to share a brief biography of our third speaker. Ms. Charlene Lucas is private practitioner in the area of organizational behavior consultant, psychotherapist, and psychologist in therapyru.com and wellbeingchat.com. Okay. She's obtained her Bachelor of Science major in Psychology at Our Lady of Fatima University, Philippines in 2004. She completed her Master of Arts in Psychology in 2017 and majoring in Industrial Psychology at the University of the City of Manila, and currently doing her doctorate Philosophy in Clinical Psychology at the University of Santo Tomas, Philippines. Doctor, without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Chan Lucas to present her topic, Trauma Survival Guide. The screen is yours. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Edris, and a blessed day to everyone. So it's my greatest pleasure to be invited here, and I'm going to share my screen now. So for a moment. There you go. Okay, so can you see it? Is it showing?
Yeah,
clearly. All right. Okay, so I'd like to introduce myself again. So I'm Charlene from the Philippines. So I'm a registered psychologist, organizational behavior consultant, and a trauma therapist. So my discussion right now is all about trauma, rooting in abuse. Okay, so but of course, before I start my presentation, I just would like to say to everyone, give some warning that what I'm going to discuss right now is a bit sensitive. So I know mental health is a sensitive topic, but I'm gonna dwell more on abuse, specifically sexual, physical, mental, and verbal abuse. So warning, so some of you might get triggered, okay? So, but before I start, okay, so I want not only just to introduce myself, but I want you to know who I am and why am I doing this right now, or why am I, let's say, healing people or doing psychotherapy for people who are victims of abuse. Okay, for a moment. Yes. Okay, so let me tell you something about me. Okay, so as what I've said, I'm a registered psychologist and I'm healing people or doing psychotherapy to people who suffered from trauma rooting in abuse. Okay, so why specific? Okay, so why do I do what I do now? Okay, so let's just give a brief backgrounder, for me, or with me, when I was a child. So when I was a child, actually, I have a very difficult childhood. Okay, so I would say that when I was, let's say, 2 years old, my mother and my father, they got separated, at that young age. And when come to, let's say, when I was, let's say, 8 or 10 years old at that time, so I was looking for my mother. I asked my father, and he introduced me to her. So when my father introduced me to my mother, okay, so my mother told me that she has a condition that it's either I'm gonna choose her or my father. So, but at that time, I don't want to lose my attachment to my father, because if I choose my father, I'm not gonna see her again. And if I choose her, I'm not gonna see my father anymore. So for me, at that young age, so of course I choose my father because I grew up with my father. And at the age of, I think, around 4 or 5 years old, my stepmother came into our lives. Okay, so when it comes to my relationship to my stepmother, I would say that it's not necessarily a good relationship, although she also provided for the family, but I didn't felt any love for her. So I was always the bad kid. I was always pinched. At some point, also said mean things, like you're stupid, you're not good enough. So those things. But it's not actually what have hurt me the most when I was a kid. So it is because when I was 6 years old, apologies, this is also a bit, let's say, heavy for me, but I would also like to encourage people to be brave enough to heal, okay, and to tell their story and to seek for healing, okay. So when I was 6 up to 14 years old, I was physically emotionally, mentally, and sexually abused by by a person that is close to me. So at that time, I would say that I don't have, let's say, not necessarily a choice, but what can you do when you were that young? When you were that young, how can you step up to your abusers? How can you, let's say, who's you're going to turn to when your abusers are the one who should be caring for you? So I endured that for a very long time, and until such time that I got out of the house, and I would say that I already become independent, and I tried to, let's say, forget about it, forgive, as what they said. But the thing is, I thought that I have forgiven, but the thing is, let's say, when I was, having this manifestation of having a hard time forming a relationship, I was always afraid. So those things, let's say, I was always living in fear. So I don't know why. Why am I, let's say, having these constant negative thoughts? Why am I always being afraid? Why do I always need to be in control when in fact you can never control things around you? So I always have that negative cycle, but because I haven't healed, or let's say faced the trauma, or faced that what had happened to me. I also tried to, let's say, confront my abuser, or let's say ask what would be his reason for doing that to me. But I didn't get any answer, because the person is also a violent person as well. He is a drug addict. He is also a rageaholic. A rageaholic meaning he has anger issue. So whenever I tried to, because I could not understand at that time that why would you do that? No, at that child, no, me. Okay, so I want to understand at that time. So, but the thing is, I didn't get an answer until that person died, and I thought that person, I have forgiven him because he changed. I mean, he changed in a sense that he's supposed to be, let's say, he become the person that he should have been to me. Okay. And during those times when I was a child, okay, so I thought when I was that 6, before I realized that what was done to me is not actually right, or it's not within consent. Okay, so during that time, I don't know exactly what I was doing. So I don't, or let's say, I thought it was play. I thought it was right because it's something an adult is doing, or let's say, an adult doing to a child. And for you, when you are at that age, what the adults are doing for you, you think it's right. So until such time that I put a stop on it, because I realized that it's not consented. And it's not just only because it's not consented, but because it's not appropriate in my age. And also at the same time, the relationship that I had with that person, it's what the act is not actually right. It's really not right. So of course, fast forward, let's say when I was, let's say, 36 years old, and that's the time that I want to put an end to the negative cycle in my mind. So I want to also form proper relationship, because I was always afraid. I'm afraid to be vulnerable, because at that time when I was a child, I actually don't know whom to turn to. So I just kept it all in. Okay. Gosh. Okay. So there, when I started my healing journey. Okay. So, or before I started my healing journey, so I was reviewing actually the board exam for psychologists. And when it comes to trauma, when it comes to PTSD, so I actually hit all the symptoms, to the DSM-5. So so check mark. I have this manifestation, okay, of the symptoms according to DSM-5. And then after passing the board exam, I seek a psychotrauma expert, which is currently my mentor right now. And there I realized during my healing journey that trauma, also according to Dr. Gabor Mate, is that trauma is not actually what happened to you. It's what happened inside you that causes of what had happened to you. So there are some clients of mine that also suffered the same wound as I am. But the thing is, they survived as well. And now they are already, let's say, sharing not only their story, but they understand more, especially if you have that same wound, as you had before. So after my healing journey, so now I'm also healing clients, or I'm doing psychotherapy to my clients who are also victim of abuse. Okay, so now what is trauma? Okay, so of course, trauma, there is a lot of definition in American Psychological Association and also in the DSM-5. But trauma is actually something that is overwhelming. Okay, so there's a lot of spectrum in terms of trauma. There also is, let's say, trauma rooted in calamities, in, let's say, what do you call this one, in violence, abuse, and at also death. No, we have also, let's say, big T or small t, big trauma or small trauma. So, but trauma is something like anything that is, let's say, life-threatening. It's actually traumatic, and everything that is overwhelming, or let's say, too hard for you to comprehend, no, it's also traumatic. Okay, so trauma can persist up to 30 years or more, and trauma survivors have symptoms instead of memories. So trauma is not only registered on your mind, but it's registered on your body as well. So when you say that trauma is registered on your body, I'm not sure if most of us or most of you know the saying that the body remembers. Okay, so meaning if you have, let's say, negative event or traumatic event in your life, one is abuse, okay, or if you were, let's say, physically abused by your husband, no, sexually, verbally, emotionally abused, or mentally abused, it registered on your body. So even if after a long time, okay, so for me, it took me 30 years to finally seek for help, to finally heal from my trauma. So it took me 30 years, okay, but still the manifestation is there. Now, they say time heals all wounds. There is some truth to that, but it's what you actually do on those times that heal your wounds, okay? So when you say wound, it's actually also synonym to trauma. Like, it's the wound in your heart, in your mind, and in your soul, okay? So this is actually the two questions that my clients, okay, and also I ask this myself. I ask this to myself as well. So why is this happening to me, and where is this coming from? So there are some, let's say, times in our lives. Let's say when we are, let's say, too stressed at work, or we encountered some difficulties in our time, and if you haven't healed from your past trauma, it can catch up to you. And sometimes, or most of the times, you don't know exactly where is this coming from. And one thing is, let's say, before, when you were younger, okay, so you can easily bounce back when it comes to adversities. You can bounce back with your stress. You can still do things. But right now, when time progresses and you have a lot of things, no, unprocessed issues, unprocessed trauma, okay, so, or things that in your life, now you don't know exactly where it's coming from. Why am I always sad? Why am I always afraid? Why am I always wanted to be in control? So those things. And then what are the forms of abuse? Okay, so of course, as what I mentioned earlier, so abuse is specifically physically, mentally, sexually, and verbally abuse, okay, and verbal abuse. So when you say, of course, physical abuse, you got beaten up, okay, somebody hit you, those things. So it can create an impact to us. So of course, sexual abuse is molestation, harassment. Okay, so even let's say words, okay, words that is sexually, let's say, abusive, no, those can actually also impact to us, no, not just only rape or something like that, but harassment as well, okay, and molestation. And then of course, mental abuse, it's like manipulating you or gaslighting you. Okay, it's like this is right, okay, but the thing is, what they actually do to you is already wrong, no? And also, of course, verbal abuse. They become verbally abusive. They say foul words to you, mean things to you. That could also impact, okay, so your let's say your mindset or your mental health. I'm just gonna share, no? I have this client, okay, so he was always being, let's say, told by his mother when he was young that he is stupid. Sorry for the word, okay, that he's stupid, he's not good enough, okay, and those things. And he thought he was already over it. So now come, he's 30 years old. Then he has this, let's say, working environment, who has, let's say, also at some point rigid type of working environment. And then his boss actually, let's say, give him, let's say, a foul word, or let's say he demeans my client. Now my client, his reaction to that he wanted to commit suicide. So if you're gonna analyze the situation, my client, okay, wanted to commit suicide because his boss said bad things to him. Okay, so, but it's not because of the situation, it's also rooting from something much more deeper, because her mom is always giving, when we did the root cause, because in when I do my therapy, we're always looking at what's the cause of it. Do you have, let's say, unprocessed issues, unprocessed trauma, so that you would know exactly, it's not just actually about the situation. I mean, if you're going to look at the situation, I'm going to commit suicide because my boss said bad things to me. Let's say, is it worth my life? But the thing is, it's much rooting in something deeper because of the unprocessed trauma he had when he was a child. Okay? And am I being abused or suffering from trauma? Okay? So ask yourself right now, when you do, let's say, reflection. Okay, so are you always, let's say, negative, let's say, gravitating towards negative thoughts? Are you always being afraid? Okay, are you always, let's say, living in fear, wanted to be in control to so many things? Now, if, let's say, your plan doesn't work out, okay, then you lose, let's say, not necessarily you lose your mind, but the thing is, it's really causing you that much stress. Okay, so that's one thing. And also ask yourself, how is your environment? Okay, what type of people are you surrounding yourself with? Are they also good for your mental health? How do you feel after the conversation? How do you feel when you interact with this person? Okay, so you also need to be very aware of whom you surround yourself with, because they can affect your mental health. Okay, now, not because that they are loved ones. No, I am. Most of us Asians were very family oriented. No, we love our family, but we also need to acknowledge that there are some family members who are abusive. Okay, there are some family members that we need to set boundaries with self-love, even in our husband. Okay, if they are already, let's say, hurting us. Okay, learn how to love yourself and learn how to walk away if respect is no longer served at the table. Okay, it's not just only for the sake of the relationship, but also for the sake of your mental health. Now, how can I get out, okay, of an abusive relationship? Okay, so number one is, of course, there's a law with regards to that. In every countries, no, there's a law to that, and there are help. Okay, they always remember that there is help. Okay, you just need to approach right people, okay, to seek help. Okay, so how are you going to get out of the abusive relationship? If you're a minor, I'm sure there is, let's say, police, okay, so help desk, no, women's, children's and women desk, so you can get help on that. Or do you have, let's say, a close family member, a relative that supports you, okay, that could help you get out of that abusive relationship or abusive environment? Now, when you're already, let's say, old enough, okay, to be on your own, to decide on your own, okay, so please don't stay in that kind of environment anymore, okay? So you can never heal, okay, so in an environment that you got sick in, okay? So if you want to heal, if you want to, let's say, have a good mental health, so save yourself, okay, ask for help. Okay, so whatever kind of help that you need, it's either you're gonna go on healing, you want, let's say, to a protection from the police. There are laws on that. Okay, and I'm glad I'm already living in this kind of, let's say, time. Okay, that is mental health is being a priority and help is around the corner. Okay, now how should I defend and protect myself? So as what I've said earlier, you can never heal in an environment that you got sick in. So if you want to, let's say, to protect yourself, you need to get out of that kind of environment, okay? And of course, you need to also set boundaries to people around you. Now, the question is, what if it is, let's say, a relative, a family or something like that? How can I protect myself on that? Okay, so acceptance or accepting what they are, let's say, if they are, let's say, have anger issues or something, acceptance doesn't mean you're gonna tolerate their behavior within your space, okay? Setting boundaries is very important, especially if they're already hurting you. And honoring your parents, okay, doesn't mean obeying if what they let's say, if what they're teaching you or what they are making you do is something that is against you, or you don't want to do it, okay? So what help should I seek and how can I get out of the negative cycle and patterns? Okay, so if your issues, okay, so I think the previous speakers have already give some pointers, on what help or let's say what is the right approach, or let's say therapist that you, or let's say psychiatrist that you should see, okay? But what help should I seek when it comes to trauma? Number one is to know your psychologist or your therapist well, okay? So meaning, are they handling trauma rooting in abuse? Okay, it's not just only, let's say, depression or anxiety, but the thing is, what's causing the depression or anxiety? Okay, so what are the issues or what are the root cause of it, of those manifestations? Okay, so seek a psychologist or a therapist that actually deals or specializes, on your case, on your issues, okay, so that they can better give you the right approaches. Because as psychologists, we do have different specializations. So for me, I specifically focus on trauma, abuse, and also work-related stress and grief, okay? But when it comes to, I actually handle adults only. So for me, kids and teens is not within my specialization, okay? Because there's a lot of training for that. So I was trained in handling. At the same time, I get to, let's say, empathize more, okay, with my clients, because I also suffer the same wounds as well. As what they said, you will only understand if it happened to you, okay? So how can I get out of the negative cycle and patterns? Okay, so of course, I've already said that earlier, is number one, you can never heal in an environment that you got sick in, okay? Self-love is a must for you right now, and self-respect as well. And always remember to believe that you will heal, okay? But of course, you need to take steps, okay, on how are you going to get out of that negative cycle and patterns, Now, some are asking me, you're already a psychologist, why not heal yourself, okay? So this is what I'm going to say to that, okay? A surgeon can never operate on his own body, so was in your own mind, Okay, you don't know exactly if what you're doing is already right. Yes, I know CBT, I know existential, finding meaning behind your suffering, I know how to do EMDR therapy, but the thing is, it's different when another professional, okay, is helping you to heal, okay, processing your thoughts, giving you, let's say, let's say other perspective rather than your own. Okay, so we help one another. Okay, or my mentor says actually we find value again when we help one another, and we have this also, let's say, responsibility, to each other. Okay, so healing starts when you finally decided you needed change, and change starts when you finally decided you needed peace. So if you want to get out of that negative cycle or pattern, okay, if you want to get out of your depression, your trauma, your anxiety, whatever mental issues that you have, first you need to decide, okay? First you need to choose that I want to heal, and also to believe, okay? So peace of mind, as what I've actually, my previous speaker, said that it's actually, mental health is not a destination, okay? So it's how you drive, okay? So if you want to have, let's say, that peace of mind, okay, that you deserve, first is you need to take that step to be vulnerable enough to say that I needed help, okay, and to seek the right people that can give you that help, okay? And be brave enough to follow your heart, as life is too short to be constantly living in fear. So it's really hard to be constantly playing, let's say, negativities in your mind, and it is hard to be constantly living in limitations. Okay, because when you are suffering from trauma, everything is limited. You're always afraid. You don't want to push boundaries. You're always, let's say, in this negative cycle. Okay, so life is too short. Okay, life is too short to be constantly living in fear. So be brave to follow your heart, and be brave enough to heal. So if you want to heal from your pain, and if you want to heal from your trauma, you need to face it head on. And never let your past define you. You are worthy, you are deserving, and you are now in control. So no matter how bad your past is, it's either what has done to you or what you have done to other people. Don't let it define you. Okay? So you can still change, okay? And you can still learn from that. There's always, let's say, learning or wisdom behind every suffering or behind trauma. And use your flame to give light to the darkness, and use your pain to give hope to those in despair. So this message that I give also to my clients is like, don't just look at your pain, and let's say always asking yourself, why this had done to me, okay? So why, always the why, or should have, could have, okay? So but instead, learn from your pain. What is this teaching to me, okay? And you might even, let's say, share this to people who are also suffering the same as you, or let's say sharing, let's say, what have you learned from those pain, and find meaning behind your suffering, and you might turn your pain into a blessing, okay? And I'm going to leave this final message to everyone, okay? Be a blessing and a hope. Your life can be someone's guide who is trying to survive.
Thank you for your sharing. How are you? You okay, Miss Chow?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I do believe that this trauma survival guide is a practical and applicable to different countries, especially for us to dealing with the trauma cases actually. Okay, so based on your sharing, I can see that it's very inspired, and also when I read your Facebook. Okay, I want to borrow your one statement from your Facebook. Never let your past hold you back to where you want to be. Okay, and never let anyone stop you in becoming the person that you are supposed to be. Never stop being true to yourself and pursue your life purpose. Let your failure and pain to be your fuel and flame. Be a woman of value. Be the light and healing that the world needs. It's a very good statement that you write, a very insightful statement in your Facebook. So Miss Charlene, I would like to pick up a few questions from the audience here. Is it okay for you?
Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Question number one. Can tell us about your what challenge that Miss Charlene faced during pandemic COVID-19?
Okay, so challenge is it mental health or is it me as a mental health professional?
Mental health issues.
Mental health issue. Okay, so number one is, of course, aside from the uncertainties that we have right now because of what is happening, we are actually suffering from collective trauma. Okay, so collective trauma meaning uncertainty. Is it deadly or something like that? So the COVID-19, of course, we are living in fear. Okay, and so those are the beginnings. So mostly what I do with my client is to stabilize them. Okay, to stabilize them, of course, that to do some, protective measures, face mask, don't go out, and things like that. Because it's hard to, let's say, have a good mental health if your body is not, let's say, stabilized or it's, let's say, not protected. So that's number one thing. And then second is, as long as you're doing that, okay, as long as you're doing that, then you're safe. Always ground yourself at the moment. Okay? Always ground yourself on to what you have right now instead of thinking what's ahead, because we can never control people or things around us. The only thing that we can control is our response, emotions, and our mindset to things. So that's actually one of the I've encountered difficulties in terms of COVID. But as I progress, it's more of deeper issues.
Okay, Datuk. So for the second question, I don't like pick up from the Slido apps. I don't like online distance learning. I spend time at home and I always heard my parents fight. So in your opinion, what is the connection between this environment to the youth development in terms of their cognitive development and also their emotional development?
Okay, so it's really very stressful when you see your parents fight all the time, because both of them, you love them, and then now you're seeing them fight. So mostly is number one, the kid, especially if it is kids, like kids, teens, the stress is too much for them. They cannot, let's say, fully grasp what's happening, okay? Especially if both of their parents is not just only verbally fighting, but also, become physically abusive as well. So it can create a trauma and it create an impact to the kids. Now, honestly, this is one of my clients, no? Actually, when she always saw her parents fight before, like her father is beating up her mother. Now, come when she was, let's say, old enough, and she was also beaten by his husband, and she thought it's okay because she saw it at home. Okay, and that's one impact. It's not good. And also with men, if they're seeing their father beat up their mother or always fighting, they will thought that it's okay. They will thought that it's okay to beat. It's okay to say some bad things because they see it at home. No, and now when they grow up, now they realize that there is something wrong. Not only just in their cognitive, but in their emotional and in as well as physical as well. They will see the manifestations of that.
So means I can conclude that the role of family to provide a good environment is very powerful technique and approach to make sure the youth can be can get the very supportive environment in order for them to success in their learning and also their career in their future. Okay, Dr. Miss, I pick up another question. As a chronic stress keep unfolding, particularly in that we are not used to be, how to adapt quickly and not being easily affected by sudden change. Now, as we know, right, the COVID-19, the changes is you can see the effect to the society, right? In your opinion, how what is the best approach to deal with the sudden changes in your opinion?
Okay, sudden changes is to number one is instead of because when you say anxiety, okay, so it's actually fear of fear. It's not yet coming, you're already afraid of it. So as what I've said earlier, it's like you can never control what's happening around you. You can only control your response, your emotion, and your mindset to that. So instead of focusing what's happening around you, focus on what you can do right now. Focus on the things that you have right now. Are you safe? Is it happening? So if it's not happening, then focus on the things that you can do, not the things on you cannot control. And also limit yourself as well. Honestly, I'm not watching TV ever since March 2020. I'm not watching any television. It's not that I don't care. Okay, it's just that I know it is something beyond my control. Okay, and I'm only focusing on what I can do. Number one is attending to my clients and at the same time attending to my family as well. So those things I can control, those things I can respond to properly. But the things around us, let's say the Delta, something, strain, okay, so those things, you can never control that. Okay, and you don't know exactly who has it. Okay, so just focus on what you can do right now instead of focusing on the things that is out of your control.
Means that, we need to control something that we can control.
Yes.
But something that we cannot control, what should we do?
For something that we cannot control is to avoid it. It's to avoid it. If it is especially causing you stress, okay, or just let it be. Okay, it will handle itself.
Okay, thank you. So when you present your PowerPoint, I hear that the word self-love, right? Self-love. I think it's a very powerful word. And could you please explain how you as a woman can bring that word to recover from your experience?
Okay, so self-love is, of course, we wanted always to belong. We always want to be connected, and we're looking at to people around us. We're looking into things that, let's say, sometimes it also can form as an addiction, right? So because we want to soothe the pain. So when you say self-love, okay, it's like giving that the things that people cannot give you, or meaning your parents that could not give you. So you give that to yourself. Let's say you say positive things to yourself. Now, instead of when you made a mistake, instead of telling yourself that, okay, so you made a mistake, no, you're not good enough, you're not worthy. Instead of telling yourself that, is tell yourself that it's all right. Be that loving, kind, compassionate, and caring parent to yourself. That is self-love. Like giving that love to yourself so that you can also give it to other people. Okay, and also learn how to set boundaries if it is already causing you your mental health. Okay, if people around you are negative, okay, learn to distance yourself from them. And if you're already tired, okay, learn how to rest. Okay, as what I've said, as being loving, kind, compassionate, understanding parent to yourself. If you are that, let's say, if you are giving that to yourself, right? There's no loving, kind, and compassionate parent who will say, no, you still need to go to work, even if you're tired. So there's no parent who will, or loving parent who will do that. Okay, so that is self-love, giving it back to yourself. Because if you don't give, or if you cannot find it to other people, where are you going to get that love?
Thank you. So I think we pick up more questions here. So what are the types of resilience that one should have to deal with trauma? Could you please explain a bit?
Resilience. Okay,
yes.
So number one is, actually when I was young, I always daydream a lot. Daydream a lot in a sense of, this will pass. Okay, I'm gonna get this through. It's like believing there is hope. Believing to yourself as well, and believing that this too shall pass. Okay, so I understand it's hard, especially if you are in a situation that you are still in that abusive type environment. But when you believe, okay, and always take it one step at a time, okay, to find your way out, to find your way in healing, okay, and eventually, one day you will wake up, you're already there, okay. So at that time, I always daydream. At that time, I always cling on to hope and believing that I will get out of this.
Okay, another question from the audience. Could you please explain the trauma effect on the children development?
Okay, so on trauma, on the children development, of course, number one is when the child, okay, so this is according to attachment theory. So trauma is not only what happened to the child, but the thing is, it's also what had not given to the child. For example, if you always beat your children, or the person is always beating their kid, so our usual response when we are adults, when we already can think, no, process things, is like it's flight or fight mode. Okay, so but the thing is, when they're kids, they freeze. So meaning freeze, it's the trauma is embedded on their nervous system. So that's why I said earlier, it's the body remembers. Okay, so because they're on the freeze mode, and when we do trauma therapy, we desensitize that. So we're let's say neutralizing the trauma. Okay, so the child will always have this let's say thinking, belief. Okay, so that is either they're the bad kid, there's something wrong with them, or all adults are, let's say, hurtful, or all the world is a dangerous place. Okay, so those are the thinking of the kid when they are growing up. Honestly, when I was growing up, I always have this thinking that the world is let's say a place, let's say a bad place. All people will hurt you. So I always in defense mode. Okay, so even if the person is not doing to me, I always push them back because I'm always afraid to get hurt. So that's the impact of the child when they were growing up. And also the things also that was not given to the child, the proper love, not just only financial support, but emotional support as well. Okay, are you giving them the proper let's say education? Are you giving them the love, the care that they need? Okay, because when they were a kid, everything hurts like hell. Okay, if they don't give them that proper love, okay, they will tell that they will think that they are neglected, unwanted, all those things. Okay, and then now it will become a negative cycle, a negative pattern, and a negative coping behaviors.
Thank you. So I pick up more questions from the audience. It's okay because they are quite interesting with your topic actually. Okay, this is a self-love can be in other method like self-reward to taking care of yourself.
Self-reward.
Yes. Is it also categorized as a love too?
Yes, of course, but it depends on the reward, Dr. Edris. It depends on the reward, okay? But if the reward is like alcohol, drugs, or let's say cigarette, that is not called self-love. It's already harming yourself. It's already escaping from the pain. When you say reward, it's all right to have some massage, or let's say to eat your favorite food, to listen to your favorite music. I always tell to my clients as well, as one of the self-love is, let's say, think of 5 things that put a smile on your face, no matter how simple that is. Sing, dance, those things, okay, that will make you feel good to yourself. Okay, there's nothing wrong in the rewards, but of course it depends on the rewards. Okay, addiction has a lot of forms. All right, it's not just only drugs and alcohol, but shopping, too much TV, too much movies, anything that's in excess that you're already escaping from your pain.
Something that can give you more happy, right? It's part of the reward. So window shopping, is it considered as a reward?
Window shopping, yeah, it's all right, but not too much.
Not too much, right?
That's already causing distress.
Another question, Miss, is self-doubt a mental illness?
Well, when it comes to, let's say, DSM-5 or the list of mental disorders, it's not actually a mental illness. Self-doubt, okay. So self-doubt is, of course, there's a lot. We doubt ourselves from time to time. it's normal to doubt ourselves from time to time, especially if we are pushing our boundaries. We are, let's say, challenging ourselves, or we are, let's say, trying new things. No, can I do this? Okay, but too much self-doubt. Okay, now that's the thing that already hampering you to move forward. Okay, to, let's say, to try new things. Okay, so then that's the time that you need to also seek help on that, and also to see where is that rooting from, who given you that self-doubt. Is it rooting from your childhood, that your parents is always telling you that you're not good enough? Okay, or is it your environment telling you that you are not good enough? Then that you're already doubting yourself. So that's why I said earlier, is be very careful of whom you associate yourself with, your environment. Because if you have, let's say, a good environment, and they will, let's say, empower you to do things, okay, to be the best version of yourself, then self-doubt will diminish. But if people around you are always telling you that you are not good enough and you are not worthy, then your self-doubt, you will have this self-doubt.
Okay, so I pick up other questions, okay, from the audience. I have been dealing with this for many years, okay. Is that too late for me to look for help? What is your comment on that?
I would say there's no too late to seek for help, okay. So if you feel that you need help right now, and if you want to improve your life right now, do it. Okay, so for me, it took me 30 years to finally seek help, to finally ask for help. And I would say that there's no too old or too young for it. You know, I even read this case that she was divorced, let's say 30 years, when she was 30 years old. And she seek help when she was 80 years old. Because of that divorce of her husband that really traumatizes her. And she said that, I want to heal from that pain, from that incident, before I die. Okay, so I would suggest to whoever asked that question is to seek help. Okay, because there are some people, okay, including my abuser, who died without even seeking for help. They died because of their trauma.
Okay, even then another question, even if we had healed from our trauma, it still come back from time to time. What are your tips to cope with this without being demotivated?
Okay, so always remember that healing is a process. And if your trauma is, let's say, rooted in very, let's say, deep pain, okay, so let's say childhood trauma, sometimes healing can take a lifetime. Okay, but the most important is when you're feeling down, okay, it's not about the down moment. It's about how are you going to get up. So when you're gonna go, for you to get up is always believe that, okay, so this will pass. Accept your emotions, accept all those things. Okay, don't deny it. Don't let's say suppress it. Okay, so when it comes to emotions, you just need to feel it, but you don't need to act on it. It's just only a state. Okay, and you can write as well. You can do journaling. Okay, and I always tell to my clients is to write letters specifically to people who have hurt you the most. Okay, so for them to pour out their emotions.
Okay. Another question. Parents, teachers tend to say scolding is for the teens' good check, causing teens to self-doubt if they are just overreacting to the advice. And what is your comment on that statement?
Okay, apologies. They're overacting on the advice of the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna borrow what the other speaker has said, that instead of looking at the behavior, look at the pain, okay, of the person. Okay, so me or the kid or the teen. So they react based on that because it could be, let's say, underlying into something much more deeper. Are they also given, let's say, that kind of treatment at home? So when you give, let's say, for example, the kid failed, okay? and then you say to the kid that, okay, so you failed the test and something like that, and then the kid reacts. She cried or the kid cried or something like that. Okay, it could be, let's say, in their household, their parents, okay, are always pushing the kids that if you fail, you're gonna get this punishment. If you fail, you're not accepted anymore, or those things. So instead of looking at the reaction of the kid, look behind the behavior or the pain.
Okay, thank you. So I think two more questions. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Having high self-awareness is a good thing, but in the context of trauma, what is your opinion on it? Is it good or bad thing?
Okay, so sorry, concept of trauma, good thing.
Yeah, having high self-awareness is a good thing, okay? But in the context of trauma, what is your opinion on that?
Well, of course, self-awareness is a must. Okay, so self-awareness, because you will never know if you're acting based on your trauma or if you're acting based on your pain or on your fear, or is it really the situation? Okay, so self-awareness is, of course, very important in a lot of aspects, because we tend to, instead of jumping into conclusion because of our perception, because of our pain, of our fear, projecting into other people, we can act based on the situation. It's like, for example, a person, let's say, stomp on my feet, okay? Let's say, said some things to me, or not necessarily hurtful, but the thing is, I interpret it in a different way, okay? Because of my past trauma, okay? So you need to be very aware if it is rooting from your past trauma or if it's really the situation, okay? Or is the person really hurting you? So there.
Okay, the last question, I think. Okay, how about the counseling session? In your experience, do you deal directly with a counselor in Philippines?
Yes, I do. I actually I treat clients, specifically abuse, victims of abuse, suffering from trauma, all those things.
So means that the relationship between a psychologist, a counselor, and psychiatrist and so forth is the very close in terms of helping client with depression, isn't it?
Yes. When you say very close, doctor, is it what? Sorry, I didn't actually get the question clearly.
Is that the role of counselor, psychologist, and psychotherapist is that they play their roles in order to overcome the issues of mental health issues in Philippines. Do you think that this is a good collaboration in terms of treatment to the clients?
Yes, definitely. We always let the client choose, okay? Choose the right for them, or the right approach for them, the right therapy or the right help for them, okay? So it's their mind, it's their body, it's their right, okay? Their life is their main responsibility. So if you want a counselor, go for it. If you want a therapist, psychologist, or psychiatrist, it really depends, okay? So we don't force the client to do this if they don't think that they don't need it. No? But I usually suggest to my clients, especially battered women who suffered, let's say, abuse from their husband for a very long time. So I usually ask them to seek a psychiatrist for their medication, okay, to better stabilize their emotion when we do the trauma therapy. Because I tell them, I psychoeducate them that when we do this therapy, you're gonna see again, okay, those things that you want to forget. So it might overwhelm you. So you might take a medication, but if they don't want to, then I'm gonna go, let's say, a little bit easy on them when it comes to the approach.
So means after meeting the psychotherapist, then he going back to the counselor to get a proper session, right? To make sure that the client can stable and to can provide and can deal with the trauma effectively during their experience, right? So, okay, doctor, before we end our session, on behalf of committee, we would like to thanks to Ms. Charlene Lucas for the fruitful sharing. We are hoping that information and the tips shared by the speakers can be applied on youth who have experience of series of trauma in their life. For orang Sarawak, jangan malu, jangan segan. Jumpalah pakar-pakar yang boleh membantu anda di Kuching ke, di Seri Aman ke, di mana-mana tempat mereka berada, kerana ia membantu dapat memberikan kita sesuatu yang boleh menjadikan kita individu yang boleh berfungsi sebaik mungkin. Okay, with that, thank you very much for our third speaker, and I pass the floor to MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Idris Aden. And of course, thank you very much to Ms. Charlene Lucas. Selamat po. Thank you. All right. And I have a few comments over the chats, over the Zoom platform that is saying here from Jerry De La Gente. All right, I hope I got your name right. He was saying, thank you, Dr. Charlene. Ang dami po pong natutunan. All right, that's great. And also, we are so proud of the Philippines, actually, who won their very first gold medal in Tokyo Olympic 2020. Wow, that's great. Despite the pandemic, all right, as I mentioned earlier on in the first part of the ice-breaking session, despite the pandemic, still the gold medalists, all right, Hadirin Diaz still managed to pull it through. And that's the spirit that we would like to actually apply to us in our daily lives. And definitely, it is another great thing that's happening today. We have until 4 p.m. this afternoon, all right? We have more to go as we have this a long 1 hour of forum on COVID-19 and effect on youth mental health with our 4 speakers, our distinguished speakers from Malaysia, from Brunei Darussalam, as well as from Singapore. But that will be happening at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. But of course, I would like to pick up some key points that during the Miss Charlene Lucas presentation just now, as I love this quote that from the presentation, which put on appear on the screen, stop the cycle of pain, be brave to heal, all right, as mentioned by Miss Charlene just now. And also, there's another quote, which is, for me, definitely the best, stay safe, stay sane. Wow, okay. And also never let the past define you. To heal, you must be brave to face it, and you are worthy. Very inspiring words, words of wisdom from Miss Charlene. And also she was saying that it's not too late to seek for help. Wow, the best. Okay, so before we move on to the lunch break, okay, yes, it's going to be an interesting and exciting break, I'm sure. It's going to be a 30 minutes of music showcase, which will be having our local talents, all right, and entertainment for you all the way from now until 1:30 p.m. later. But before that, I would like to share this, as I actually posted something on my Facebook just now, all right, when I asked my friends and my family and friends over on Facebook platform, are you okay? So that is actually the key point for today, which is have a very positive, impactful meaning to each and every one of us. You keep on asking your family or friends next to you, keep on asking, are you okay? Si salah kita selalu nanya, kita okay kasih, kita okay kasih. You know, it means that we are concerned, excessively concerned. It's okay to be that, all right? And when I ask, and I post it on the Facebook platform, I say, I asked them, are you okay? And yeah, there are very much comments and response from my family and friends where they said, some said, not okay, and some said sehat, and some said numb, and yes, ka, how about you? So meaning that she's okay. And there's another person here saying that try to be okay. All right, it's okay to not be okay. So that's another powerful words coming from our psychotherapists and psychologists, our experts this morning. And also some has this answer that hope so. Okay, Alhamdulillah, I'm okay. And a friend of mine said, I'd like to think I am. Thanks for asking. How about you? So that's another type of questions which we feel that we're so close to each other, and it's okay to care and concern about one another. And here's another question, another response saying, thanks, you stay safe and healthy too. God bless and stay safe and healthy. So the kind of response that we would like to hear every day. So keep on asking yourself and your family and friends every day, are you okay? Okay, so now let's take a break. We have a long list of entertainment for this afternoon. All right, we have our local talents to keep you entertained all the way to 1:30 p.m. So be back after this at 1:30 with a forum on COVID-19 and effect on youth mental health. Mental health issues and stigma in ASEAN amid pandemic. And look at the time now. Well, it's 1:30. All right, and definitely a good day for all of us, all right, especially to the participants who has been joining us since this morning. Thank you very much once again. And we love to hear from you more, as we love all the comments that we have on slido.com, on the chat over on the Zoom platform as well, on Facebook, on YouTube, which we have multiple platform for you to join us and to watch us. This conference dedicated to all of you, our Southeast Asian youth, especially, all right, on the youth mental health. Definitely another highlight session will come in just in few seconds from now, okay? And let me share with you something on this before we move on to the forum, all right? As we have participants from the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam, Japan, Kazakhstan, and also our fellow participants from Sarawak, from West Malaysia, as well as Sabah. So thank you very much. Terima kasih semua kerana masih bersama-sama kami orang sampai pukul 4 tok, jangan lupa, okay? And also to a friendly reminder to all of you, especially to all participants. Well, the e-certificate will only be presented to those participants who completed the whole day of the conference, okay? So what you need to do later, right after we wrap up the conference this afternoon at 4 p.m., the participants will need to scan a barcode, which we will put up on screen later at the end of the conference, okay? That will be happening right after the closing ceremony as well. So now let's focus on this highlight, this afternoon's highlight, that is on the COVID-19 and effect on youth mental health. All right, with our 4 distinguished speakers, okay? And definitely our distinguished speakers are going to discuss and share their thoughts and on the COVID-19 and effect on youth mental health, all right? And they are Dr. Ng Bun Seng, psychiatrist from Sarawak General Hospital, Malaysia. And also we have Dr. Muhammad Faiz Muhammad Tahir, psychiatrist from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. And from Brunei Darussalam, all right, we have Dr. Rizli Bujang, professional counselor of behavioral consultant. And also we have our distinguished speaker from Singapore, Dr. Nikiat, the Associate Consultant of Institute Mental Health Singapore. And for this forum session, all right, we have a moderator, a mental health advocate from Young Minds Malaysia, Ms. Farah Alisa Misa. So are you ready, Ms. Farah Alisa? If you're ready, so we are going to hand it over to you for this forum session on COVID-19 and effect on youth mental health.
So let's welcome again to all 4 panelists to our forum today. Alright, now without further ado, we will turn the time over to our first Abdul with our first question. Alright, that's Abdul. Disruptions to schooling affect young people's mental health, especially young people backgrounds. So what are the impacts of school closure and the implementation of learning on young people from disadvantaged backgrounds? And what are the factors that could contribute to a deterioration of mental health from school closure? So that we may take the floor.
Thank you, Lisa. We agree that MCO really impact our education system as well in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, there are millions of students in preschool, primary school, and even secondary school were affected implemented to curb the transmission of COVID-19. So all teaching and learning have been shifted to e-learning. And yes, because there's a lot of teachers, students, and also parents in Malaysia. They're not familiar with e-learning. They are not familiar with e-learning. Among others, the disadvantaged group, you said just now, the disadvantaged group, suffering a lot of learning loss and drop out. Children from this disadvantaged group, usually they will have lack of accessibility to the e-learning. So for e-learning to be effective, one, you need a device. One, you need an internet connection, and number two is internet connection. Number three is, of course, the most basic one is electricity, and the rest are the environment, suitable for e-learning. Okay, Ministry of Education released that only 15% of the Malaysian students possess a personal computer for themselves. Yes, so I would like to share a 15 years old boy come to me for depression. He actually suffer from this lack of accessibility for learning because he need to sacrifice his learning opportunity for the younger sibling. So imagine this is one of the biggest impact of e-learning to our students. Number two, e-learning need a lot of facilitation from the parents. People or parents from a lower income group, usually, and not all, usually they have a lower socio-economic background, lower education background. So how are they going to facilitate the e-learning if they themselves have difficulty to understand or access to the e-material? And also, many students, they may need to abandon their study because they need to work to support the family financial loss due to the pandemic. Remember, we also have a group of disadvantaged students, which is the children with special needs, such as those on the spectrum, like autistic spectrum disorder, intellectual disability, children with syndrome like Down syndrome. This group of people, this group of students, they need is actually very specific teaching aid and modification to help them in teaching and learning. And because of the e-learning, they may not be able to have that facilities and the experience of optimum learning in the e-learning process. So there's a lot of things that can contribute to mental health difficulty during this MCO, especially with the e-learning implementation among the school students. Number one is actually they feel bored. The students feel very bored. We've seen in our clinical practice, we've seen the students feeling very bored. They feel isolated from their friends. Actually, if you know, school is a very conducive place for students' social, emotional, and psychological growth. When we are implementing e-learning, lack of structure, lack of conducive environment, and lack of this interaction with teachers, their coach, involvement in extracurricular activity can actually produce a lot of mental health issue, like a feeling of rejection, feeling of abandonment as well. And when e-learning is not monitored by their parents, when e-learning was not monitored properly, students or the youth or the adolescent, they may have this unscreened internet time, unscreened internet time. So this may expose themselves to a lot of internet related activities such as cyberbullying, cyber aggression, exploitation in the internet, or online gaming, or even online gaming as well. So when they feel a lot of shame, not able to attend the school, they may end up drop out. And children, especially when I said just now, those who are in the spectrum, autistic spectrum disorder, if you disturb their cycle, if you disturb their routine, they can feel a lot of frustrations, anger, temper tantrum, and this may cause their parents to be very distressed also. All these factors can actually contribute to mental health issue to our children, adolescents, or even the youth. In terms of they may have difficulty in sleep difficulty, they may have depressed mood, anxiety on top of the fear of COVID-19 virus. And also when they have no structure going to school, they may started to involve in drug or even alcohol, cyberbullying, cyber aggression, self-harm behavior, and worse, they may attempted suicide for that. Yeah, Lisa, that was the explanation that I can give to you.
All right, thank you so much for your answer, Doctor. That's a very powerful answer. So we will now move to the next one. So we now know a little bit of the disruptiveness of having school closure, right? And now, how about the system? Is it good enough or maybe is it bad? What can we do to get a better way of doing it? So here are the questions for our next panel, Dr. Und. COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our educational system and operations, becoming fully virtual in most parts of the world. Thus, the question is, how effective is online intervention for the youth, especially knowing how most of them are exhausted from long hours of exposure to technological devices and virtual interaction. So, Dr. Uns, you may start.
This meeting is being
periods
recorded.
are mostly temporary. And for a small number of my patients who just recovered from a bad episode of their mental illness, there are some of them that actually we find that it's helpful for them when they are planning to slowly transit back into school. So perhaps these periods provide insight about the usefulness of online platforms, even after the pandemics, and perhaps we can use it as a temporary measure for these adolescents in the future when they are planning on transiting back to school. The other thing to mention about digital meetings, online group works, is that they vary a lot, in terms of practical aspect. In regards to which application you use, whether some people in the group are allowed to just mute themselves and then off their videos during the meetings, things like that. And the pace for social reciprocity, with all these digital meetings and online group works definitely lacks a lot. So what I can conclude from my personal experience is that virtual learning or meetups for school-going youth might be helpful during periods that you have no choice but to lock down, but ultimately national directions to eventually have our youth to have opportunity to interact physically is still very important in perspective of youth mental health. So back to you, Lisa.
All right, amazing feedback we've got from our second panel. Thank you so much, Dr. Un, our speaker from Mental Health Institute of Singapore. All right, dear participants and audience, we know technology's devices that we have to
Yep, thank you very much, Miss Lisa. Assalamualaikum dunia dan salam sayangku Sarawak. Warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for having me today. It's a great pleasure to be alongside all of you, discussing matters that means a lot to the future of our great ASEAN nation. This afternoon is a very special time for most people, especially post-lunch. It's nap time, And to illustrate my answers to the questions posed by Miss Lisa, allow me to start it off with a simple analogy. Miss Lisa, do I have around 7 minutes? Would that be all right? 7 minutes, okay, inshallah. And also to the audience, I might take around 7 minutes or so to present my thoughts. Very good questions, but let me just give you an analogy later on. And allow me to state also that what I'm about to share is gathered from tertiary level students, the responses with regards to the pandemic, with regards to the e-learning. And of course, Dr. Boon and Dr. Un themselves have already discussed in detail the factors that will be affecting students' mental health throughout this pandemic. But I'm just going to take you on a short journey of what these tertiary level students are actually facing. Now, everyone here is fully aware that sleep is important. A good night's sleep is important in a good bed, a good room, a good surrounding, and of course at a good time and with good duration. If any of those factors are not optimized, sleep will indefinitely be affected and it will cause a disturbance, a disruption, havoc, if you will, to the following daily activities that follow, especially those activities that have been carefully planned. So if you can put sleep with online learning, an analogy for online learning, then you could probably follow the story that I'm going to share with you. So to get a good night's sleep, one is a good environment, a conducive one, one that promotes and ensures a good sleep. So therefore, we're looking to these 4 factors. Number 1, the room, the bed, the ambience, and the time. I'll try to go quickly to these 4 factors. Now, the room. The room, I put this as similar being on campus. You know, for a good sleep, a room for that specific function is important. Difficult to be sleeping at just about anywhere on a long-term or uncertain basis. So being on campus is like being in the room, which is conducive for learning. 3 letters right now, we know that ODL, open and distance learning. With this setting, this ODL, we have to talk about the role that the students have to carry. Now, the role of the student on the campus is to learn, and to learn. And when the student is at home, the role as a son, as a daughter, as a brother, as a sister, as a husband or a wife perhaps comes into play. But how do you play a role as a student when you are off campus? You know, needing to continue classes at the same time. All of this when you are at home. Apparently, you have many hats to wear simultaneously. You have to learn, you have to do chores, you have to run errands, learn, unfinished chores, and the list goes on and on. So we read reports of working adults having issues juggling responsibilities when it comes to WFH or working from home. The stress that comes with it, there are a lot of papers and journals discussing this matter. How is that different from students having to learn from home or LFH? There are students that have to do chores as though they are on semester leave. Mind you, they are not. Couple this with expectations from parents, from family members, sprinkle that with a little bit of ignorance in between from family members who expect chores to be completed, errands to be run, in spite of the heavy academic schedule, then you can understand what the students feel. And this is what the students have been sharing with me. To one point, they did mention that, oh, doctor, you will never understand. I think he or she is right. The second one is the bed or the classroom or the lecture hall. A comfy bed consists of comfy mattress, pillow, a duvet. Pre-pandemic, students were to attend classes at designated rooms or lecture halls. Peers will be present, lecturers will be present, the learning process occurs. Perhaps not for all students, but at least the opportunity is made available. And to learn, focus, attention, and concentration is essential. Two-way learning or active learning further enhances that. Pandemic hits, almost everything is converted to ODL. What happens to group discussion, what happens to peer support and all that, we all know what happens. And the challenge of ODL, I think Dr. Boone already mentioned that, Dr. Un as well, that you have to have a good machine. So these students mentioned that sometimes they don't have all that. You know, to have a good machine, you have to have a good gadget, a laptop. How big is the screen? How fast is the processor? But most importantly, is there one available? You know, because sometimes abang mau pakai, adik mau pakai, kakak belum habis masa. You know, everybody wants to use the gadget, and learning just doesn't happen at home. I'm not going to touch about the internet, about the coverage, the availability, and affordability, because I think somehow Dr. Boone has already mentioned that. Right. The other thing that's been mentioned also is Zoom fatigue or online fatigue. It is something real. It is of concern. I'm not going to touch that today. The third factor is the ambience. To have a good sleep, ambience plays a crucial role. The room has to be dark. It has to be quiet. It has to be cool. And some people add on a little bit of aromatherapy, you know. The learning ambience, what is that all about? You know, it's a feeling of having peers alongside with you, having lecturers that you could meet face-to-face and ask questions and discuss, supporting staff that makes your day brighten and all that, and also activities at campus, whether it's day or night. You know, all this kind of thing makes campus life, not campus life online, but you're at home. So, you know, these are the things that I might not be able to understand, you know. So these are the challenges that they have to go through. So when the ambience is not there, students do report that they start to drift away at different speed, eventually losing interest, losing motivation, losing hope. Psychological symptoms emerge, anxiety, depression, you name it, something which is not to be taken lightly. And the fourth factor, the last one that I'll be sharing today, is the time. You know, the time to sleep. Normal sleeping hours is from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. in general. Normal sleep duration is around 7 to 8 hours per day. And when we go to the time with regards to learning, Normal learning hours on campus is from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. You have a break to 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., although sometimes it might be longer than that. Learning is from Mondays to Fridays. We won't even mention extra classes here. But with the pandemic, with the ODL, what does it look like? It can't be the same for everyone. How does it affect academic performances? Yes, it will affect academic performances at individual level, at group level, at many levels. Even perhaps lecturers are also affected. In short, it's quite apparent that it affects students most likely in a negative way, whether you are a smart student, whether you're an average student and whatnot. It does affect everyone, and everyone can't be there at that optimal level because of the situation that we're in right now. Okay, and the other thing is that ODL has been dragging longer than expected. Nobody can say that it's going to end at this date. Nobody can say that, and it's just the way things are globally. So being in a position of uncertainties, being surrounded by uncertainties, it can be tormenting. Right? So in general, some might argue that I can sleep just about anywhere and anytime. I don't see any problem in that. Well, the problem perhaps for the average normal individuals, if the situation is just for a night or two, or perhaps just for a few weeks, then you can understand that our brain and body is able to adapt to that disruption. But imagine having to go through all that, not just for a month, not just for a couple of months, not just 6 months, not even a year. It's almost 2 years now. Now, how would one feel? How would the youth or students feel? Who can say they can still sleep well, still function well, still can learn well, and do the things they do the next morning at the best optimal level? I don't think anybody could say that confidently. All right. So it's not surprising to see that students are affected, that students are being depressed and anxious more than usual, and it's something that we all could help with. So as a quick conclusion, we are all in the same storm. Yes. We are all in the same boat. No. In fact, we are all in different boats, different shapes, different sizes, different amenities. The challenges that everyone is facing, especially our youth, is unique. It can never be the same. Hence, the way we help them to face these challenges, I myself as a lecturer, needs to be tailor-made and needs to be delivered specifically to cater their needs. Everyone has a role to play. These are challenging times. The development of resilience and adaptive coping skills during this phase is highly crucial. And I think this has been mentioned early on by the speakers in the morning session. The youth, they are our future. Right now, for everyone, the future is in our hands, and we can't afford to mess up. To our youth, don't lose focus, keep striving, keep moving forward. To our ex-youth, people who have surpassed the age of youth, let's continue to guide our youth and share our experiences in a positive and helpful way. We help to continue to prevent, intervene, and mitigate where we can. Numbers will be numbers, So how many were depressed or anxious, there will be numbers, but experience is personal. Help as many as we can, as much as we can. Now, allow me to share a beautiful piece written by Paul David Hewson back in the year 2000. He wrote, "And if the night runs over, and if the day won't last, and if your way should falter along this stony path, it's just a moment. This time will pass." This is the ending verse from the song Stuck in the Moment and You Can't Get Out by Bono or Paul Hewson from the group U2. And he dedicated this song to his friend Michael Hutchins. Moving indeed. But something more local, a quote I came across when I was around 16 years old, when I was in the Persatuan Cadet Bersatu Malaysia. I remember it till today. Agi hidup, agi ngelaban, yang bermaksud selagi hidup, selagi itu melawan. This saying could not be more apt than now, than today, than tomorrow onwards. With that, thank you for your attention, and may we all get a good night's sleep sooner or later, inshallah. Back to you, Miss Lisa.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Faiz, for the brilliant answer. So let's move on to the next question, shall we? Okay, we all acknowledge how Brunei can maintain 0 cases for almost a year now. So, Doctor, how are the youth mental health situations like in Brunei before and after the pandemic and lockdown? So, what are some of the mental health initiatives executed to encourage positivity and improve mental well-being? So, if there are like any, Dr. Rosli?
All right. Thank you, Lisa, for the question. I think one thing for sure, where mental health is concerned in Brunei, before the pandemic, mental health issues were often overlooked and dismissed. However, because of the COVID-19, it has exacerbated the status of mental health, especially in Brunei. Youth today are living through an unprecedented global crisis. So the devastation of the pandemic, billions of mental health youths today are living through millions of deaths, strife and curves and social interaction have already had a marked effect on people's mental health. And the youth is one of the most affected group by the pandemic here in Brunei. There's been a rise in anxiety and depression. Example, in the first year alone, in the year of COVID, I'm referring to Brunei, because Brunei has been our last local case was in, I think it was in May 2020. It's already been, to be exact, we have been 448 days free of the COVID. So, but in the first year of COVID, there were around 7,000 people, which mostly are adolescents, were reported to have mental health illness. A lot. That's a lot of number for Brunei, considering Brunei is a small population and reported increase in registration and usage of public health mental health services. Mental health initiatives, the community and the mostly NGOs has been very supportive. These NGOs have apparently it's been mostly coming from the teenagers, and especially with the social media, IG, it's very powerful tool nowadays. If you ever manage to use this technology, I'm talking about the teenagers. They organize a lot of collaboration between each other and to provide understanding and support, and not necessarily focusing on mental health issues specifically, but just doing some community work together to build connection, resilience, and empathy. They even organizing donation drives to some of the public health workers, organizing online talks, online workshops for various skills, food drives during Ramadan. I still remember that one, and even cooking for some of the immigrants. And these are all done by our teenagers. And then additionally, during if you can recall, during the World Mental Health Day 2020, it was highlighted the importance of working together with the governmental bodies. I think working together, this is one of the Brunei, the strength of how we fight the COVID-19 in Brunei. One is, I think, because of the whole of nation approach being done in Brunei, especially when it's come from His Majesty's Sultan Atita, is the whole level of leadership will just follow the Tita. And of course, with the strong leader. And last but not least is the very committed population. I think that's about how we are being brought up here in Brunei. We are committed, we understand what the government, we just believe what the government says. But above all this, I think one of the most important factors we highlight, even the His Majesty is always in his Tita, highlighting this. I remember he mentioned twice in his Tita, that the importance of to maintain our he called it vaccine ketuhanan. It's a divine hoping for no prayer for you should continue to pray, etc., etc. And all these the initiatives, the strategic thinking, all this are being brought into life and by our youth. And with just now I mentioned about World Mental Health in 2020, highlight the importance of working together, and this has been materialized here in Brunei, which pushed forward the agenda that mental health is a real issue. And even the Minister of Health himself acknowledged various points to improve the public health service that support gives, and then that supports directly from the Minister himself. acknowledge, and he support, gives the acknowledgements and hope for the people of Brunei. And I think at the personal level, I'm actually in Brunei. I'm frequent guest to our local TV, and every Tuesday the Brunei radio television Brunei. So that is why, as a behavioral consultant, as a professional counselor, I've been talking about the issue of the current issues and related to the, especially mostly related to the COVID-19. And I talk about from a psychological perspective as well as counseling, how to deal with the anxiety, depression, and so on. And I often talk about that in OV, in the national TV every Tuesday. That was in the last 2020. I think I think that's it. And I think that in Brunei, I think we just now life is actually as usual. But alhamdulillah, I think it is above all, it is our way of life, our mindset towards our leader, towards of course the more above all is our belief to our religion. I think that's the most important part. And now in Brunei, alhamdulillah, we've been able to live life the way we want it. But still, we are very careful, and still the initiative from the need to be abide by the rules related to the COVID-19, SOP that related to the COVID-19. Thank you. I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rosli. Okay, dear participants and all the audience here, you might also take notes on how Brunei can stay zero for a long period. Okay, but however, everything that happens must have a reason behind it, right? It's just either we have realized it or not, especially in the midst of this pandemic. And it is are encouraged to reach out and speak to their friends or family members about how they are feeling. But the question here is how to reach out to others. So Dr. Bun, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think thank you, Lisa. That was a very important question for us to discuss. I believe from the morning's lectures and also sharing, we talked a lot about mental health, and it is okay to not be okay. So Lisa, actually living with a mental health condition without treatment, I'm saying without treatment, living with mental health without treatment are distressing, can be very distressing, debilitating, and also may have poorer quality of life, and even emergence of physical illness due to a neglected self-care. So if you keep waiting for another day to tell someone what you are actually feeling or your mental health issue, that day may never come. So what you can do is take a small step every day, take a small step at a time. How to reach out to people? First of all, you need to understand what is happening to you. Even though you don't understand what is happening, that is okay. Seek information from the internet. Ask questions to your school counselor. Ask questions to your parents, your friends, your faith leader, or even your own family member. Yeah. Number two, you need to know most mental health condition. I need to stress here, most mental health condition can be treated effectively by counseling or psychotherapy, or even with medication when really indicated. Yeah. Number three, help is always available. I would like to share that in Sarawak itself, we have more than 30 psychiatrists in government sector and also in other private sector. We have almost 470 registered counselors in various government department and non-government organizations. We have actually more than 10 clinical psychologists. So for those who are in Sarawak, please reach out for help if you need. You can Google, you can ask around where to find this psychological help, but start from the people nearest to you. Yeah, your own friend, your family, even your coach, your volleyball coach, your basketball coach. You can talk to them. Find someone that is trustable. And number four, please resist self-stigma. When you have mental health issue, it doesn't mean that you are weak. It doesn't mean that it is your fault. It doesn't mean you are the mental disorder. You are still you. For example, Lisa, if you have mental health issue, you are still Lisa. You are not depression. You are not anxiety disorder. So mental health issue is not a punishment. How to reach out to people? First, you need to know who do you want to reach out to. Is it a familiar people? like your friend, your parents, your school counselor, your faith leader, or unfamiliar people. Some people, they like to talk to unfamiliar professional. Like in helpline, we have Talian Kase, we have befriendos. In according to your local setting, is there any helpline available? You can actually search for the information. Who are the unfamiliar people or the professional that you can reach out to? Yeah, you can reach out to the hospital. You can go for a hospital. Any government hospital, private hospital, yeah, you can go to any psychological counseling center as well. Way, okay, the question is way. Number 3 is when you want to start, yeah, when you want to do it. Make sure that you plan a day, just like an addiction. You have a day of quit. So reaching out to your mental health issue, you need to set a day. If you can't decide which day, please discuss with the friend, your family member, or even you can ask your friend, can you help me to make an appointment for me? Or can you accompany me? Can you accompany me to get help? Yeah, because going to see a psychiatrist, going to see a doctor, going to see a counselor or clinical psychologist can be very anxiety provoking. What are they going to say? Am I having a mental illness? Yeah, is this my fault? What will other people talk about me? What will I be labeled? These are all the self-stigma. So many questions in your mind. But the moment you make the first move, you are going to see a professional or mental professional. That is how you reach out already. Okay. Do not be afraid. Yeah. If you have mental condition, do not be afraid. It's not a punishment for you. And please, if you nowadays there's a lot of tools available online. Sometimes I receive referral from students, youth and adolescents that they are having this diagnosis. So please do not self-diagnose. Yeah, you create unnecessary anxiety to you. So if you want something confirmed, please go to see a doctor, a professional, mental professional to get the diagnosis. Yeah, the diagnosis is not important for us. Yeah, diagnosis is not important for us. We want to know about you. What is your difficulty? Is it family issue? Is it issue of self-esteem? So go ahead and ask how to start a conversation. This is the part that people come to my room, come to my session, and then I ask, what can I help you? How can I be helpful to you? So when you reach that room of a doctor or a psychiatrist or psychologist, we will make sure that we wouldn't make you feel afraid. Yeah? We wouldn't make you feel afraid. We are trained to make you feel comfortable. So we are trained to make you feel comfortable. You can start conversation like, doctor, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know what is happening with me. I just feel I'm angry. I just feel I'm sad. I am doing self-harm. I'm slitting myself. Yeah. Then the mental professional, counselor, clinical psychologist will facilitate you. Yeah. You will feel very calm. You will feel safe in the room. Yeah. That is for mental health professional. But if you're talking to your friend, what about if you're talking to a friend? You can tell your friend, I have really tough time, Lisa. I just need you to accompany me for a while. Yeah, I am not feeling myself now. Can you help me to understand what am I going through? Make sure you find the right person. Do not be afraid. Do not label yourself. There's a help. The help is everywhere. You just need to reach out and make the first move. There's no right way or wrong way of doing that. The best way is you make the first move and tell people around you, the trusted person, that you need help. Back to you, Lisa.
Dr. Boon, and yes, it is important for us to reach out and help others in need. And remember, we are not alone. You are not alone. So we have touched a little bit about reaching out. Here we are going to continue about how Singapore has one of the best healthcare system in the world. But here the real question is, how is the healthcare system performing in terms of mental health? Are people aware of the accessibility and availability of the services? What's the impact on school and college-going students? How about the impact on children and adolescents having special needs? And yes, this question suits the best for one and only our Singapore representative, Dr. Un, to answer. Dr. Un, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the question, Lisa. So in Singapore, when COVID started to spike initially, healthcare manpower was mainly deployed to help our non-psychiatric medical colleagues. And initially, mental health appointments, including new referrals, were asked to be deferred if deemed not urgent. Initially, also, psychotherapy was initially labeled as non-essential services and was actually held off. And many community mental health services were closed, including those for youth struggle with mental illness and youth with special needs. So soon after this was recognized that this causes deterioration in mental health, not just patients who struggle with mental illness or patients with special needs, but also there has been a huge impact on their parents or their caregivers. On top of that, we later also, I think we all recognize, we all realize that the impact of the pandemic restrictions on mental health in general has been way bigger than what was expected. So very soon after, after the initial changes, our mental health services were being swamped. So many changes needed to be taken, including labeling therapy as essential service. It was done. And we definitely have backed off in terms of deferring appointments, including any lockdowns or semi-lockdowns periods. We try not to do that anymore as much as possible in terms of deferring appointments. On top of that, of course, we try to incorporate some virtual consult or virtual But we know that these virtual consult, virtual therapy, there are a lot of limitations. I think someone in the audience earlier on have mentioned about issues with internet connections. Of course, we have practical issues about involving a lot of people to make sure a lot of manpowers to make sure that a virtual consult clinic can be run smoothly. And then there are a lot of limitations in terms of the interactions with patients, in a virtual consults. But with all these measures, all these changes, now things are better. But unfortunately, many mental health departments, including our adolescents, psychiatric departments, are still way behind catching up in terms of our KPI, in terms of the waiting time to see all the overwhelming new referrals. Waiting time for recent new referrals still up to late this year or even next year for all the recent referrals. But we are still trying our best to address this. Back to you, Lisa.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for your answer. Okay, so basically the time went by so fast, so we will have just another 2 questions for our 2 panels from Malaysia and Brunei, and then we will have the last remaining time for the Q&A sessions with the participants, all right? Okay, so our next questions for our panel from Malaysia, Dr. Faiz. Okay, Dr. Faiz, the rise in numbers of cases recently has been worrying, especially with the new Delta variant that has led to continuous lockdown. So, what can we do to cope with the effects of COVID-19 quarantine and lockdowns? Dr. Faiz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lisa. A very good question. I think this is a question that everybody's been asking anyway. And of course, we have to take into account personal preferences, personal resources, personal skills. In short, because we're running out of time, just allow me around 2 minutes to sum it all up. In my opinion, and what I share with my patients or individuals who seek for help, is that number one, we have to know who we are, meaning to say our personality type, our coping skills. We must know who are our support. It could be friends, it could be families, it could be someone online, you never know. And always try to increase or acquire new skills, acquire new knowledge, right, for us to strive, especially during difficult times. And never ever forget that, there's a supreme being above all this. It really depends on what religion or belief that you subscribe to, or apa yang dianuti, it depends. But we as human beings, we're not that powerful, so to speak, and life has to be taken wearing the realistic spectacles. Sometimes we do want to be idealistic, but we do have to be realistic. Some people, we understand, are pessimistic about things, but personally, I would always advise my patients, let's be realistic about things. What's going on? What's happening? What can we do? What can't we do? At the end of the day, it's about quality of life. Even pre-pandemic, for some people, they complain that life is not happy enough, for whatever reason that is. And now we are facing this thing globally. Are we going to have the same, approach to it? I'm not going to be happy until this COVID-19 is lifted up, if lifted away. We never know when it will end, but we can be realistic about it. It's like live life to the fullest, jaga SOP, take care of the SOP, make other people happy, help other people. And I think this is a time when we do see what we are really made of, who we really are. And if not, there's still time to rectify ourselves, to make us near perfect and give our best to others. And that's all I say to them. That's what I would say to myself. It's challenging times, but let's not despair. I think the earlier speaker mentioned about the storm will pass, and somewhere there's a rainbow waiting to just come out. So with that, back to you, Lisa.
So much, Dr. Faiz, for the answer. Okay, dear participants, before I proceed with the last questions, just want to remind you all to type your questions on the slido.com by scanning the barcode here, or you may also use the code #SayHML, SAYHML21, and you may ask any questions and we try to answer all of your questions, okay? Okay, the last question I would like to ask our Brunei representative, Dr. Rusli. Dr. Rusli, loneliness is one of the risk factors for poor mental health, right? It is also a burden for young people needing social interactions. So, in this context, how do we encourage the youth to reframe their perceptions on the whole COVID and lockdown situations and find more positive perspectives as they are unable to interact with peers prior to the pandemic? So, Dr. Rusli, you may start.
Thank you. I think one of the biggest lessons as a mental health professional due to COVID, the pandemic, is the time when we really realize how we, as a social being, that we need to integrate. Now we just realize how the social distancing affects us as a social being, and at a higher level to become a spiritual being. Now we realize that we need that all the happy hormone, endorphin, oxytocin, serotonin, and all those. Not all others we just miss this. Then loneliness is just one of the, I think it is the first thing is important for the youth to acknowledge that all the emotions they're feeling is valid and normal. And in the question, loneliness is seen as a burden. I think it might be important to shift a perspective or language around loneliness. We can be curious about loneliness, but what does it mean? How else can we describe loneliness? Is there another emotion or name that is less burdening? Why is it a burden? And these are the things that we can ask ourselves. Is loneliness comfortable or uncomfortable? What is the purpose of loneliness? What can we do in loneliness that is positive? And what can being alone teach us? Yeah? Or are there ways to accept loneliness? Are there ways to feel less lonely while still protecting mental health? And ways to enjoy being alone, actually. So I think as a counseling practitioner, I think there's also a few things that we can do from the counseling perspective. The thing is, I think, is the cognitive technique. The youth need to have a control. forget about the ABC, area beyond our control, need to focus on those we can control, which is 90%, and then diffuse all the catastrophic thinking. I think we can also do some mental anchoring, not to rethinking worries and fear too much, and at the same time try to maximizing our of the helpful moment, and I think also the youth need to draw the strength, need to use their existing resources and focus on the knowledge itself instead of traumatic event or experience. And last but not least is, I think, the loneliness at emotional level is actually, it can produce more stress response, and even sometimes trigger other psychological issues. I think, but another thing is, it's also important this time. We need to connect with of course, with the SOP, and then we need to connect in a positive way. Though I'm actually less in favor of using the video call during the normal time, but this is a time where video call and things like that, all the social media, we need to do to compensate the loss of the real human interaction thing. I think that's I can share with you. Thank you, Lisa.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Rusli, for the amazing answer. Okay, thank you again to all the panelists here for your amazing insight. That was a very informative sharing, and the explanation was magnificent. And I hope the audience also can learn something new from what we've been discussing and what we've been learning today. Okay, so without further ado, we will go ahead with the Q&A session from all the participants. Just a reminder, please be sure to type your questions, any questions, in the slido.com by scanning the QR code. Either you are watching this forum from YouTube or from Facebook, you guys can also scan the QR code and just type the question. All right? Okay. All right. Okay, great. Let's move on to our first questions here, shall we? The first questions sound like this. In a situation of economic hardship, teenagers take over the job of the head of the family to earn a living, look after the welfare of their parents and siblings to the point of neglecting their own health. Some are so depressed that they are mentally disturbed. How can this group balance this heavy responsibility without affecting physical and mental health? So it seems like these questions suit Dr. Rusli to answer. Dr. Rusli, what's your point of view?
I think it's better with the economic concern. I think because we don't in Brunei, we don't actually what the economic burden.
Unmute, Dr. Rusli. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Doctor. All right. I think the other speakers should be the better to answer the question actually, because Brunei is very small and the economic concern, we have the real economic concern, unemployment, things like that, even before the COVID. But again, because of the COVID, somehow Brunei, we used to rely heavily on the outside, the economics, we rely on other countries. But during the COVID, somehow our local product, local economic business is getting better. But just to give a few suggestions, I think it's the same with my first the last comments is now importance of to have a positive attitude, that just to tackling this is from the Islamic perspective, it is part of the ujian, because this is about ujian. When we start to think positively, so inshallah, I think positivity meaning we can't stop be positive at this time, because and also I think also the shukur, thank you, must be something like the Dr. Faiz just now said, be a rainbow after this and those things. I think that's the thing I can share with that. And I think the practical things I will leave it for the speakers to share. Thank you.
I do, Lisa. I do encounter cases in in my practice. This involves a young graduates who have to start working to support the family due to financial loss of the MCO. So it definitely it will affect the physical. The youth that come to me presented a lot of sleep difficulty because he have to work overnight. He have to work overnight to earn the income, and the next morning he need to attend class. So what I would suggest is, we know that it will affect the physical health and mental health. What would I suggest to him was like, please discuss with your family. You don't have to suffer in silence. Discuss with your family member. Do they need you to sacrifice yourself to that extent until it affects your education, until it affects your physical health? So when the family is in trouble, when the family is having some financial difficulty, it is the family who come together and discuss way to handle, to overcome the difficulty. Is not the responsibility of you alone. This is the issue in the family, and reach out for help. Especially reach out for help. There's a lot of help available. So I do believe that our youth nowadays, they feel like they are responsible for everything, but that is not true. You don't have to suffer alone. Reach out for help. Any other speakers you have?
I just want to add just one more thing. I mean, thank you to Dr. Ramli, Dr. Boon for mentioning that. I just want to add one thing, is that society is also having the responsibility to ensure that this individual or any individual who is in this position is to be helped. It is not on him alone. It is not on the family alone. It is the society's responsibility to identify and intervene and help appropriately. And I think that can be done, especially during this testing period. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much to Dr. Rusli, Dr. Boon, and Dr. Faiz for your point of view, your opinion. Okay, so do we have more time? So we will proceed just for the last questions, shall we? Okay, so the last question, maybe we can address this question to Dr. Un. Okay, some young people are introverts and some are extroverts. So in the case of movement control order or any restrictions and lockdown, most extroverts are affected emotionally. So how can they reduce emotional stress? So what do you think about this, Dr. Un?
I think in my adolescence clinic, I do see that not just in terms of introvert versus extroverts. Of course, we know that there are many different ways of defining introvertedness and extrovertedness. But from my point of view, the most accepted definition is that extroverts are people who draw strength with interactions from people, much more than spending time alone. But of course, we know that there are spectrum of introvertedness and extrovertedness in everyone. So that's one thing. So people who have more percentage of extrovertedness means they draw more strength. They gain more energy when they interact with people. Definitely, they are more affected during the lockdown or semi-lockdown state. Just to follow up on that, I think the other group who are greatly affected, by this lockdown state are those adolescents that we know that they are usually closer to their friends than their family, because not everyone comes from a good, or a pleasant family background. We know that some, especially in my clinic, there are many adolescents who have very complicated family dynamics. So for adolescents, for my adolescents patients who usually draw strength more from their friends than their family, they find it rather suffocating during this period, when they are being forced, to be confined at home with lack of social interactions. And of course, all these greatly impact, have a great impact on their mental health. I think it's quite challenging, even for myself. Of course, it's not easy for me to in terms of giving advice. It's even more challenging in terms of giving advice from patients also. But what I can say is that most of the people, all my patients who usually do better are those who are more flexible enough during this period to turn towards things that can be done during lockdown. For example, during lockdown period, there are many online exercise classes, online courses. There are people who turn to these online classes, picked up body weight workout exercise that they can do at home, picked up arts, picked up music, some picked up new instruments, through online classes. These are the people who generally I find that they do better during this period. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and thank you to all the 4 panelists, for your time. So we are really running out of time. So with that being said, I will hand over directly to our next moderator, Dr. Idris, for the next slot. Dr. Idris, you may continue.
Okay, let us welcome to our first speaker, Ms. Rachel Anvu. She currently works as a private, and she has been an expert in a wide range of issues such as childhood and sexual abuse, suicide and relationship problems. Ms. Rachel obtained her foundation course in psychotherapy and counseling at the School of Psychotherapy and Counseling Research, University London, 2012. She is also expert in integrative psychotherapy and counseling in Essential Psychotherapy. She's involved actively with some of the important services provided in London, such as University of Roehampton and Kingston Women's Centre London. With all her diverse experience, I believe that Ms. Rachel will be right panel to discuss the topic today, uncertainty and freedom to choose, essential reflection during a pandemic. Ms. Rachel, the screen is yours.
All right. Okay. So I'm just going to share my screen and then we can start. Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Rachel, and sorry to correct you, Dr. Edred. I don't call myself an expert. I do have expertise, and this is what I usually say to my clients as well. Look, you come here, you ask for answers and advice, but I'm here to help you to find your own answer. I'm not here to tell you what to do. So I'm not an expert. On that sense, but I do have expertise. Yes. So I don't know anyone who knows anything about existential therapy, but that I was trained in, and that will be all the some of the concepts of existential therapy. I'm going to use it in order to reflect on this topic, I hope that this presentation today will resonate with you on some level, and hopefully at the end of this topic, you're going to take something with you, or not. We'll see. So before we start, I would like to show you the one of the quote that is really important to me personally and to my work. So if I am not for myself, who will be for me? And if I am only for myself, what am I? If not now, when? So this is written by Rabbi Hill. This quote, just, reading through it, notice what brings out in you. And then at the end of this topic, we're going to come back to this quote and then we can discuss together. I really hope that to hear from your opinion, your perspective, your views on this. I trained as an existential, therapist, so I would like to talk a little bit about, what is existential therapy. From my understanding, from my training, is based on all the existential philosophies, philosophical theories, and it is existential philosophy is the foundation of existential therapy. We applied all the theories into practice. We're trying to, from using existential therapy, we look at what it means to be a human being. We look at the way that we are in the world, the way that we are related to other people, the way that we are related to ourselves, what it means to be alive. The way I work is that I hope and I aim to help my clients to reflect on their situations that they find themselves in, to try to understand, to make some sense of their experience, some sense. We can't make all sense about our experience, but some sense, and see that, what comes out of it. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not here as a therapist to tell you what to do. My answer based on my own experience, and your experience are very unique to you. So my aim is to help you to find your own answer. There's no right or wrong answers here, but only the ones that, that feels right for you. So find, the aim of therapy. We work together. We have a dialogue, but it's very interesting dialogue. It is about you. It's not about me. But we're working together, finding your own way of living your life, your own way, your unique way of living your life, the best you can. And I need to point this out is that, there's no the way. This is what one of my tutors, my old tutors used to say, there's no the way, but it is just a way of living your life, of working. And we can have many ways of living our life. So there's no specific way, there's no one formulation to lead our life. And that's the reason why I don't imply my answer or my advice onto you. I don't impose that onto you. I try not to. So then you can think for yourself what works for you, what feels right for you. During the pandemic, we talk about the depression and anxiety, mental health has been, attended by the media a lot as well. And the way that the way I work is that I don't diagnose, I don't analyze, clients, but I'm interested in knowing what those words mean to you, what the words depression or anxiety means to you. What does it mean for you to feel depressed? Everyone feel depressed, feel low, feel anxious sometimes, but I don't see, those words are labels to me. They're not you, but what it means for you to feel that way. What it means for you when someone diagnosed you and saying that, oh, you have depression. What that words mean to you. What does it feel like for you when you hear those words? That's what I'm interested in. During the pandemic, there's some existential concepts that really stood out for me. And one of the words, this next slide, right? Uncertainty. So uncertainty, this pandemic has shaken us in some way, one way or another. And that comes with uncertainty. And uncertainty is, it feels like what we live in the unknown. And we live in an unknown every day. And this pandemic just emphasizes that. That the idea of, living in the unknown is very existential. And the unknown is very certain in our life. The certainty of uncertainty is part of life. But it feels like we don't seem to acknowledge it. And it kind of like passing through our life and thinking that, oh yeah, the next day will be here. We don't know that. And then the next thing is, we see a lot of death during this pandemic. Or we see, it happen every day. And a sense of an ending is very heightened, and a sense of loss is very close to heart. And people, many people become isolated and loss of connection, and leading to, another existential concept is about thrownness. We are thrown into the world from birth. We didn't decide our birth. We're being thrown into it. And this pandemic, we are being thrown into this. We didn't plan this pandemic. It happened to us. And what do we do then? How do we respond to it? So existential philosophy offers another concept that as human beings, we have freedom to choose. We didn't choose this pandemic to happen, but we can choose how to respond to it. And while choosing how to respond to it, or choosing making choices, I remember that one of the there's a French existential philosopher, John Sarge. He said that, and I kind of agree with him a lot on this, that we make choices every day. And choosing not to choose is also a choice. So while choosing, making choices, we're also creating, meaning in life. And I think that, meanings are not something that are given to us. We can be, our meaning in life can be shaped by the way that other people impact us. But it's not for other people to give it to us. It's not going like, oh yeah, there's a meaning in life, so go and search for it. It's not something like that. You can go and search, but through that searching, it is you shaping your own meaning in there. What is it what meaning that you want to put into life? And meaning can change depending on your situations, and we can choose how to put meaning into our lives. So talking, hold on, something going on here. I think that my screen is froze for some reason. So I don't have the slides, so I don't know if any technician can help me with the slides here.
So do you have problem with your slide?
I don't know. I keep pressing button next slide, but it doesn't work. So if anyone, I know that I sent the copy to the committee. So if you can put that up, that would be great.
While waiting for that, can you share just your
So anyway, I can move on, while, the technician is going to deal with this, to help me to deal with this. Thank you. We coming to the next slide. And in here is that, during the pandemic, I wonder that what does it, I wonder what this pandemic has provoked in you. And take a moment to have a think about it. I'm sure that during this topic, a lot of other speakers have mentioned some of this, but I'm really interested in hearing from the audience. If you can put on the on the chat room, that'd be great. If you like to share your experience, with other, I think it would be very meaningful for other people. So one of the things that I noticed in this, what the pandemic provoked in us is, one of the words that we hear a lot, quarantine. So when people have experienced being in quarantine, that experience can trigger some past trauma, like being trapped, being controlled, being locked up. And for some, it is the first time experiencing something like this. It's first time that they're being challenged to this extent, to feel the freedom being taken away. And they were shocked that they couldn't believe they couldn't believe whether they could get through this or not. And as mentioned earlier, loss seemed to be one of the big themes that stood out to me in this pandemic. And when we talk about loss, we tend to immediately think about death. But then loss also represents something that we lost, that is very important to us, like loss of identity, loss of home, loss of jobs, sense of self, familiar environment, friendship and control. And I would like to invite you to focus on this word, control. At early days of the pandemic, a lot of my clients, became extremely anxious, and their usual way of being tested, their routine being interrupted, and they didn't know how to respond to the changes that are happening, around them, that's happening in the world. And they felt like something was taken away from them. They didn't feel like they were in control anymore. And they started to feel panic and got very frustrated, fearful, and angry about the changes that were out of our control, that were out of their control. And so when something important, like a sense of being in control, is tested or being threatened, what do we do? And so next slide, please. We can choose how to, we can choose how to react or respond. So what is the difference between react or respond? To me, react is like something is carry a level of urgency in it. It's like an immediate reaction. Whereas response is something that, we take time to think about it, we give it some thought, and then we reflect, and then we form some thoughts before we take action. I don't know how many people of you experience this. Like, have you ever been in a situation where for example, receiving a text message? What do? Are you immediately having to respond to that? Having to reply to that message, or you're going to give it some thought to see that whether it's urgent or not, and then you think, you see that what is it that I need to reply, and then you reply when you feel ready. I appreciate that with the technology going on in the world, even it has a huge impact on us, the way that everything is so quick and within a click, and you have to respond to it immediately. But it doesn't need to be that way. Yeah. And another example is when someone asks you a question, a difficult question, and what will you do? Do you become like panic and then making up an answer that you haven't thought it through, and it became, and you gave an inauthentic answer that you yourself don't even believe in? Or you can take a moment, with the difficult question that you don't have answer. Sometimes I say this to my to my clients, to my friends, to people around me, that when they ask me a difficult question, I would say, okay, sorry, but I don't have the answer right now, but let me think about it and then I'll get back to you. That can be one of the options. Or when a boss informs you a sudden meeting without discussing with you first, would you be panicked and worry about what's going to happen? Or, you can acknowledge an invitation and then ask if there's anything that you need to prepare for the meeting. Someone was saying here that, you know, not to panic and be cool. It's very good. And during early days of the pandemic, there was an issue around wearing face masks in the UK. I don't know if you know of it, but it's a big thing in the Western, you know, culture. Whereas in Asia, and we tend to kind of like, it's a default. I do see a lot of, you know, Asian people so refuse to wear it, but majority of us actually want to wear it. But in the UK at the early days, you know, a lot of people didn't want to wear them because it represents something for them. You know, for them it's not something abnormal because it's not used, you know, they're not used to it. It's not in their culture. They think it's convenient, or to even to the extent that they think it's threatening their freedom to choose what to do with their body, which, you know, understandable. And they reacted, you know, negatively about people wearing face masks. However, you know, I think that is kind of like an immediate reaction. But if they take some time, you know, if they took some time to think through, face mask can be seen as another, you know, is another layer of protection for them and for people around them. And they still, you know, have their freedom to go on with their life within limitation, of course. And while there's a lot of people react during the pandemic, there are also stories about people who respond to it in their own way. You know, for some of us, this pandemic was an opportunity for them to slow down and reflect and make adjustments in their lives. I've seen a lot of, you know, movements of, you know, there's a trend of people moving out of big cities, happen even in Vietnam as well. I didn't know about camping before. During my upbringing in Vietnam, it was kind of like a thing that probably foreigners would do it, but the local people wouldn't do it. But nowadays, you know, people even have camper van, you know, they make their own camper van and they go traveling. They wanted to leave, you know, the big city. It's kind of like, so this pandemic has somehow helped them to reflect on their life a little bit more, make new meaning in life. 9 to 5 working, you know, didn't bring joy to them anymore. But they wanted to do something that they hadn't done before, or they waited for so long. They didn't have a chance, and this opportunity comes, force them to slow down and make a decision of what meaning that I want to create in my life now that will bring me joy. So some of them, you know, move out of the cities, you know, want to get closer, you know, to the nature. And I appreciate that not all of us can afford that lifestyle. You know, a lot of, you know, a lot of us have very limited, you know, resources, and, you know, their world become even smaller. But I think that within your limitation, there's something. Can you think of something small that you can do, that you can make change, you know, small changes that are beneficial to you? So moving on to next slide, I would like to look at the topic around, you know, self-care and selfish. What do you think of those words? To me, you know, in my own experience, the word selfish has been, you know, tend to be used as a judgment. And even though with the mental health going on at the moment, you know, they promote the idea of self-care, but I still hearing people who saying this, you know, self-care can be seen as self-indulgent. So these both words do carry some, some negativity. And I would like to focus on this word negativity. I'm not saying that, in my work, I tend not to use the word positive, not very often to use that word, because that would imply that the word negativity or being negative is bad. Can you think of some words, some feelings that in your standard, it would become, negative? I heard about words like, oh yeah, you crying is being weak, or, you are so sensitive. Those words, if sitting in the therapy room, we can have a big discussion about it. Because to me, being sensitive is being something, you notice something that is important to us. For example, people who have been in, sexual abuse, they are sensitive about, being touched. But there's nothing wrong with it. I'm being sensitive. I'm being seen. I'm being exposed. You're sensitive would be feeling exposed. And there's nothing wrong with it. They need to, it is important for them to feel sensitive. So they know that, oh, that is not really, safe for me. So I need to stay away from it. I'm sensitive about, the environment, and sensitive about the people that I'm with. But it doesn't mean that is wrong, that is negative or something. They know how to protect, that is always important to them, and how to protect themselves. Also, there are other phrases that I hear in my practice. The other day that I heard this client telling me that, being strong is to suffer. What a sad things to hear. You being strong doesn't mean that you have to suffer. Where this idea coming from? And that is something that I'm really, that's really fascinating me to hear. And I'm really interested in knowing what the story behind it, how these beliefs, are formed. Or another thing is, I'm selfish if I'm not responsible for my parents. Look, in our culture, especially Eastern culture, and also that I've heard a lot in my British clients as well, that they have a tendency of putting other people first. And I myself have done that many times, because I think that, well, but I was taught that way, you need to put other people first. What about us? What about ourselves? But then slowly through this training and becoming a person, becoming a therapist, I realized that, if you make that choice of putting other people first and you have no complaints about it, there's no impact on you. Of course, I will respect that choice. I have no question about it. But if you put other people first, if we put other people first, and then we question, I care for them and I thought that they would care for me, or I care for them, I put other people first, then why didn't they put me first? Well, who said that it's going to work that way? Who said that? And I think that each one of us here has a life to live. Nobody is going to live our life for us. And it is our responsibility to look after ourselves as well, to live our life, to look after our being. And it is not our responsibility to do that for us. When we were small, when we were children, of course that, parents would have that responsibility to look after us, but now we are an adult. Why don't we do that for ourselves? What's stopping us? This is what I usually ask my clients. What's stopping you from taking that step? And And when I talk about, what I mean by responsibilities is not about having, you don't have to live on your own. You don't have to do anything, alone. It can be about asking for help. Asking for help is also an act of being responsible for you, for yourself. You ask for help, so then people around you would know what you need. Nobody can read minds. I don't read minds. I tell my clients that, and if you don't say it, nobody will know what's going on there, what you need. And if they offer some help, it comes from an assumption of you seem to need help, and I'm offering you this, but I'm not sure if that's what you need. So I tell this to my clients many times. I need you to help me so then I can help you. I need them to tell me what's going on with them so then I can understand them better. Yeah. And I wonder, in a small act of self-care, can you think of a few things that you can do to care for yourself? Within your limitations, of course. You can put in the chat here, in the chat room, and share. And I hope, and I'm sure that other people might pick up something that have works for you, and then they would apply it, that would be, they might find it helpful for them as well. I can give you a few examples here, something that I noticed. During the lockdown, a lot of people, we can't go out. What do we do? You see that people, what do we do within our small world? Indoor, finding a new hobby. I just started a new hobby, during the lockdown, doing some felting, sewing masks, and indoor gardening. Some people go into, meditation, or playing Nintendo Wii. My husband and I, was doing this a lot, to keep fit, playing with it. Or I've seen, video clips about families who play music together and put it on TikTok. So, there's a lot of things that you can do together at home. And for those, who work from home, please take a short break from your computer, excuse me. After an hour, take a break, a few minutes break, have a breather. Yeah, drinking some water, sitting down properly for a meal away from your desk, away from your workstation, is also one way of looking after yourself. And even when you can't take any holiday during the lockdown, you can't go anywhere, please do take some time off as well. Because I think that it's really important for us to give ourselves that permission to have a break from work, and also a break from being responsible for other people. And if you live alone, like earlier, another speaker has mentioned, reach out to your friends, make a phone call. You and your friends will be, can be there for each other, even though that you are apart. So do something. And, I like the idea of togetherness. It is something like really, it became, it was quite alien to me, that the idea of togetherness at first before my training to become a therapist, but it became like one of the main theme in therapy. My client and I sitting together, we share the place, we are in a shared space. Even though that, I can't completely understand my client's experience. And sometimes I have to see my client struggle in the room. But the idea of togetherness, that we're doing something, we are together for the client. I'm there for them, even though that I can't take away their issues. Nobody can take, the experience away from them. Nobody can take the pain away from them. But at least the sense of togetherness, it helped us to feel less lonely, less isolated. And we do that. As I said earlier, I don't give advice because my advice based on my own experience. But we can sit together, we can struggle together. And the sense of togetherness is very strong during the pandemic. We see people support each other. They do what they can within, their best capacity. We hear many stories about people volunteer to help. In the UK, a lot of counselors offer their time to help the nurses, the doctors who have to see death every day. And in Vietnam, I don't know if in your countries, but in Vietnam, there are doctors who offer free medical advice. And people who, give food for free. Beside that, we also hear stories about clients who suffer mentally in terms of, they're struggling so much in financially, for example, and they couldn't see the way out. They felt so suicidal. Some even make really tragic, decision to end their life, and it's really sad. But I read this article the other day about a man who had nothing to live on, and I think he was from Malaysia, and he chose not to end his life, but to hang a white flag outside of his window, and then help was on the way. And I think there is a strength, not a weakness at all. He was strong enough to acknowledge that he reached his limits. Yeah. And it was time to ask for support. The word limits here, I think it's a really beautiful word that is not negative. Everyone has limits. Think about, speed limit. This is my supervisor told me when I asked, well, what's the difference between, limitation and limit? And she said this to me. Think about speed limit. You drive a car, you drive a moped. There's a speed limit. And if you cross that line, it becomes dangerous. So this man, I really admired him. Then he noticed, he acknowledged there's a limit and he still wants to live. So he asked for help. During the pandemic, there was a surge in inquiries for therapy in my practice, in my private practice, and from clients who, because I can work remotely, so people from other countries, ask for support. And one told me that they were fed up with what was going on in the world. I don't know if you heard stories about hate crime, against Asian. And I see that it's a negative experience there. But the media, this is what I think is quite good. What comes out of it is the media focus, have pay more attention on Asian, what's going on there. Because as Asian, many of us have been seen as being quiet and not complaining, but they were fed up with that. That was wrong. What happened against, Asian was wrong. So there was a lot of protest was going on there. And some of my clients who, potential clients came and inquired through, for therapy, they said to me that, the protest inspired them to ask for help. They want to have their voice. They want their voice to be heard. So they take action. They take some care. That asking for help is also self-care. And there was this Malaysian lady in Scotland. She was called names by local people and being harassed just because she was Asian, and she took action, by setting up an organization to help people like her. These organizations, provide free information in Chinese, in English, in Vietnamese. So whoever in need, and also in Malaysian because she's Malaysian. So whoever in need was able to access help. And they also offer, group support, art, lessons for people to join and have a sense of being part of a community. Even though it was, initially it was a negative experience, positive outcomes will emerge. So next slide, please. I'm going back to the quote at the beginning. Thank you. So I think this quote fits really well with, what we have talked so far, self-care and selfish. So to me, self-care can mean that, we have needs. And sometimes we need to acknowledge our limits instead of reaching to a goal that it is unrealistically achieved. Self-care can also mean to say no. And not just say no to people, unrealistic expectation and demands of us, but also saying no to our inaccurate self-beliefs or self-criticism. Earlier I mentioned about, something about, I'm not good enough or nobody cared about me. Those words, I would ask about what the meaning of being good enough. Or another saying would be, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to succeed. If you continue having that thought in your mind, you already end. You already have a destination that you need before you even begin it. You already stopped yourself from doing something before you started a process. And I would like to emphasize that whatever that we choose to do will have an impact on others. And too much of self-care could be seen as self-centered, and too little or no self-care at all will be seen as self-neglecting. So we need to be mindful of when we need to look after ourselves and when we can reach out and support others. And the last thing, if not now, when? If you're not for yourself now, when would you start? Time doesn't wait for anyone. We might not have tomorrow to begin that process. So do what feels right for you and be responsible for your choices. I appreciate that, when we try to do something new, something different, we can be very anxious and, fearful and, self-doubt. And this is completely understandable and natural. Yeah, it is easier to give up before even trying. However, if we continue to walk on the same path, we can never let ourselves to learn anything new or give us a chance to see our potential. And when it comes to fear and anxiety, I find this advice really unhelpful. Get over your fear or your anxiety, or stop being anxious and get on with it. Nothing wrong about being, feeling anxious or feeling fearful. We are human, they are human feelings and they are valid. And, when we go to see a doctor, the doctor tend to say, be a doctor, be your own doctor, and see that if there's a physical pain in your body, it is telling you something going on there. So get a checkup or just go and see a doctor. And I think that applies to our well-being as well, that feelings mean something. If you feel something, it's telling us something is going on there. There's a meaning of what's the nature of your anxiety, what's the nature of your fear. because a lot of us, went through so, a very bad experience in the past, and it stayed with us. Whatever happened to us in the past is not going to just disappear. It will be part of us. It becomes of us. And it's for us to how to look after it. And especially, I work with a lot of people who, went through childhood trauma and abuse. It's a bit of fantasy to say that you can just get over it. It's a fantasy to say that, oh yeah, I went to therapy and I dealt with it. It's, I no longer affected by us. I don't think it's accurate. Whatever happened in our body, it stay here. I read somewhere is a book that is really good about trauma, and it said something. Our body is the evidence. Kind of like a crime scene. So it happened to us. It stayed there. It's not going to. You can't just think that once we deal with it and it's gone. Sometimes something happened in the world. Something happened, like I said, being quarantined can trigger some past trauma as well, even though that you think that you dealt with it, but it will. There will be things, there will be triggers in life. So people are entitled to be sensitive with it. Yeah. And instead of getting over it, I really like the saying from my tutor, how about going through with it? You see the hand here, going through with it. You can't just jump over. There's no, no way of doing this. I'm using like an example here. It's like if you have a sprained ankle, yeah, you do need to rest. But when you do physiotherapy to help your ankle get back to normal, you have to go through that pain of doing physiotherapy. And it's similar to mental health. We're going through it. We're not getting over it. Yeah. And before this presentation, I was so nervous. My heart beat really fast. But I'm going through it now, I know that my fear is still there. The next time I do another presentation, my anxiety, I would still feel anxious. But nobody tell you, you don't have to get rid of your fear. You don't have to get rid of your anxiety. You still can feel anxious and do it anyway. Yeah. And nobody is going to be perfect the first time. And I don't like the concept of perfect either, because perfect is like you complete a cycle of your life. That is perfect. And existential therapy, there's a concept is like becoming. So we are constantly in that process of becoming. What we know about us now will change and can change. And we learn something about ourselves every day. That's the reason why that I was interested in becoming a therapist, is to, first and foremost, it was for me. I wanted to learn about myself. There's so much. I felt so different from my peers at the time, and I wanted to know what's going on with me, and why I'm feeling different. And being different is nothing wrong with it. That I've learned, I've become to learn that being different is nothing wrong with it. You need to have that, to feel that bravery, to feel different, to be different, because everyone is unique. And we learn, I learn about myself every day, and some, the concept, the thing that I believe about myself in the past, that I wasn't good enough, and I started to change a little bit more. Well, there's something I'm good at, something I'm still, I'm still learning. So there's no such thing as being perfect. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Can we go to next slide, please? So here's just a few names about, philosopher, existential analysis, therapist. If you're interested in existential therapy, have a read. Start with Yalam. He'll be great because he writes really good, the way that he writes, and he is like a storytelling. It's not very textbook. So, the next one, the last one, the last slide, please. Now it's back to the audience here. I don't know, like, how you feel so far about this topic, and your experience. What was your experience like during pandemic? What comes out in you? What brings out in you? So I'm happy to receive any questions if anyone will have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Rachel.
Yeah.
Can we pick up one question from the audience?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I look at it?
Okay. I read it for you. Is it okay?
Yes. I'll try to listen to it. My hearing is not so well.
If someone directly or indirectly getting provoked by others, which is the best way to approach, whether to react or respond, or fight or flight?
It depends on that person. It depends on that situation as well. Of course, that someone run after you, you have to run away from them. There's no way of fighting them. The best option is to run away. But if someone provoked you and being angry, be careful about how angry they are. Are they violent? If they're violent, run away or call for help. Yeah, and scream. So get attention from people who are walking by. But someone who provoke you or intentionally provoked you, there's no way of arguing with them in that moment. And in a relationship as well, if someone in an intimate relationship, if you're arguing with each other, you're not hearing each other. If the other person trying to argue with you, they're trying to make their point. And if you try to make your point at that point, he's not going or she's not going to listen to it. So let them know, this is what I learned. Let them know that, okay, I don't think this is a good time to talk right now. I'm going to walk away, but I'll come back when we're ready to talk. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Rachel, while waiting for this question, can I add some point from your presentation? Number one, we must stay connected, maximize the use of technology such as social media or video conferencing and telephone to get support which are from the others, right? Number two, avoid information overload. Only pick a few trust source information that to process to avoid the overload of the information. Now, last, share your emotion and experience. Talk to someone who you trust, like a counselor, psychologist, and others relative who can help you to dealing with any issues related to the mental. Are you agree with my point, Ms. Rachel?
Sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, I want to add some point from your sharing actually.
Yeah.
Okay, the importance of we have to maximize the use of technology to make sure that we can connect between the individual to the support system. Okay.
Yeah.
Number two, try to avoid information overload. That is more important, Ms. Rachel, I think. The last one, try to share your emotion and then look at the support system from counselor, from psychologists and others related to help you to deal with the depression or any related mental issues. Are you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Yes, because we have the technology, right? Why not use it? We have the internet with all the information there, but be careful with the information that you are given as well, or you look for, because there's a lot of information that can be quite misleading. So just be mindful of what you read. Someone was saying about, don't diagnose yourself, because, we're trained to help you, to support you. And I kind of agree with it. And the word diagnose, I know that a lot of there are psychiatrists there, their work is to diagnose. But my job, I don't diagnose people because I think that those words, have meanings. And I'm just really interested in more about, what that means for my clients, instead of like, oh yeah, I'm telling them that, well, you have depression. No, I don't do it that way, because then, a lot of us going through periods of being told what to do. So I don't want to be that person again to my clients, telling them what to do, telling them what's wrong with them. I'm interested in more about what happened to them instead of what's wrong with them. Yeah, it's more about the, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel, for insightful sharing you have with us today. I hope this will be beneficial for all audience, and we can also learn some good lesson from Ms. Rachel's action. Okay, with that, thank you to all presenters for the sharing. I would like to thank to the Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak for organizing this conference, mental health conference 2021. With that, I pass the floor to our MC for the conference closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again to our moderator, Dr. Idris Eden, and also to our distinguished speakers who has been joining us since this morning, and has been an awesome journey for all of us and also for everyone, especially for the participants, orang Sarawak terutamanya, because itu khas untuk kita semua, and also to our participants coming all the way from the West Malaysia, from Sabah, from our neighboring countries, from ASEAN countries as well. So once again, thank you very much for your time with us since this morning until 4 o'clock. Yes, right after this. As right now, we move on to the closing ceremony. Without further ado, to those of you who are still with us, as we have this resolution, all right, of the conference to be presented by Dr. Norashikin binti Ibrahim, Head of Mental Health Sector, Malaysia. So without further ado, Dr. Norashikin, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, I would say. Thank you to our beautiful MC, Farah. And yes, thank you also to everyone who's been here from morning, I think. Yeah. First of all, the Honorable Datuk Haji Abdul Karim Rahman Hamzah, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture and Minister of Youth and Sports, Sarawak, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, Director General of Health, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Madam Nancy Haji Johi, Secretary of Ministry of Youth and Sports, Sarawak, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Dr. Muhammad Nazrul Azizi, President of Scopus, Malaysia. Honorable speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who's here attending this awesome conference. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me personally to present a bit of a closing sort of note prior to the closing ceremony. This conference has actually highlighted the importance of breaking the tag against mental health amid the pandemic among ASEAN countries. Tags like, for example, Let's Talk Minda Sehat, Mental Health Are For All. Together, we prevent suicide, greater investment, greater access. And apparently for this year, I think our tagline or for our World Suicide Prevention Day is basically creating hope through action, and also mental health in an unequal world, basically underlines the spirit of solidarity and unity that we must embody. They go hand in hand with one another. So basically, there is no health without mental health. First, there is also comfort in knowing that we are all experiencing the pandemic together. Naturally, not all of us are in the same boat. Yeah? It's like we are in the same ocean under the same sky, but basically some of us are riding in the coronavirus in the wave in yachts, while others are in speedboats. And some are in also what we call as Malaysia in sampan. So basically we are in the same struggle, but probably our coping mechanisms would be different. For example, access to mental health care is also dependent on income group and location. And apparently off late, we are seeing a lot of people who are actually losing their jobs without incomes. And this social factors, a lot of social factors are actually related to the causal of mental health problems in individuals, be it in Malaysia or even in our ASEAN countries. However, the fact remains that COVID-19 has been unprecedented for everyone. We are still struggling. We are still coming out of it, trying to come out of it, although at the rate of our vaccination and at the rate of our mental health care and at the rate of even our healthcare, our frontliners basically are going through a lot of struggles. The pandemic, however, is an opportunity to encourage more and more people to talk about their struggles in the spirit of Let's Talk Minda Sehat and mental health for all. Let's Talk Minda Sehat basically is a campaign that we are encouraging, Ministry of Health is encouraging nationwide to be actually implemented throughout agencies and even NGOs, upon which TALK stands for tell someone about you trust about your problem, ask for help, listen without judgment, and know where to seek help. Secondly, we must also rally together and be mindful of the mental health impact of the pandemic on our children, youth, and our tomorrow's leader. This post-pandemic world will probably be different from what we are used to. Perhaps the world would be a lonelier place, which I hope not, as we make transition from the physical to the digital realm. So basically, we are still connected like what we are now, hopefully that it actually comes about to bring our spirits together, to say that you are not alone, you are not suffering alone, help is out there and we are there. We can also assume that the digital world could be filled with negativity from fake news, from social polarization, privacy breaches, cyberbullying, even to social media addiction. It is for these reasons that we must also cognizant of our children's mental health, self-care, self-esteem, emotional regulations, and mindfulness are as important as literacy and numeracy. The emotional well-being of our children is as priority for homes and communities as much as it is for schools. The message to put forward is that when all these fails, there is always one weapon at our disposal, hope. So that's why we need to create hope through action. In the struggle for mental health has actually taught us, if the struggle for mental health has actually taught us anything, it is that things eventually get better. We hope, and we must have that hope that there is a light at the end of this tunnel. We are facing the struggle together. We as Asian community, ASEAN community, gathered here to fight against the stigma that surrounds mental health and mental illness. Raise awareness, break the stigma, support who are struggling. You are not alone. As much as Ministry of Health has been tirelessly and advocating mental health, we hope that we get all the support from various agencies and also from the NGOs to support us together in mental health. Together, we do better. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Back to you, Farah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Norashikin binti Ibrahim, Head of Mental Health Sector Malaysia. Definitely an amazing journey for all of us today, right, Doctor? And thank you very much for that sharing on the resolution of the conference, which I think this would be the last. There will be more in the future, inshallah. So cross finger to that, okay? Inshallah. And, definitely an amazing sharing from you yourself on the resolution as well. So thank you very much once again. And for now, our distinguished guests, our distinguished speakers, and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen who are still here with us. Wow, you are all awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for all your sharing with us, especially to the our distinguished speakers, as well as our moderators, and also to the participants. You guys have been very, very awesome. And yes, I can see lots of comments coming from the Zoom chat session, as well as on the slido.com platform, all right, dedicated to everyone to voice out their opinion and to voice out their sharing. Yes, we hear you, and definitely awesome from each and every one of you. And we learned a lot today. Am I right? Okay, so for now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is with great honor and pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, Director General of the Ministry of Health Malaysia, to present his closing speech. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Abdul Karim Rahman, Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports of Sarawak. Senior officials from the Ministry of Sarawak, Yang Berusaha Dr. Norashikin binti Ibrahim, Head of the Malaysian Mental Health Sector, Ministry of Health, Yang Berusaha Dr. Nazrul Azizi, President of Scopus Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good day. Alhamdulillah, we be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because of His blessing. We can gather this afternoon for the virtual closing ceremony of the ASEAN Youth Mental Health Conference in Southeast Asia. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest appreciation and a million words of thanks to everyone that has worked tirelessly to make this conference a success. I'm proud that this is the first time such an event has been held online via webinar. A conference like this is highly encouraged as mental health issues are vital during the pandemic COVID-19 to all youth mental health in Southeast Asia's countries. Coinciding with the objective of this program is to educate and raise awareness of the importance of professional, psychological, counselors and psychiatric services that are available to youth to access the professional services. At the same time, this program aims to help ASEAN youth countries address mental health problems and remove the stigma of youth on mental health problems in ASEAN countries. COVID-19 pandemic has been plaguing all countries around the world for more than a year. It opens up various possibilities, including mental health issues that have always brought stigma or taboo to be discussed in society. Individuals facing mental health issues are often stigmatized as feeble when they voice their health condition. Since March last year, the community experienced these changes when the government introduced the Movement Control Order to restrict people's movement, apart from more people facing various social issues in family members. We are all well aware that mental health today has significantly impacted life both positively and negatively. The transmission of COVID-19 may also cause more people to be aware of mental health issues. A total of 85.5% of the 145,000 calls received by the government agencies from March 2020 to May 2021 involved mental health issues that required emotional support and counseling, such as acute stress, anxiety, depression, abuse, and suicidal behavior. Therefore, I call all youth to remove the stigma upon the individuals with mental health issues. These individuals must seek professional help such as counselors, clinical psychologists, and psychiatrists, and not just by talking to trusted people and rather being afraid to meet with experts. I would like to congratulate all those who successfully attended today's program, and my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports of Sarawak, representatives of ASEAN Countries, Scopus Malaysia, Young Minds Malaysia for their strategic cooperation. I hope that this collaboration will be continued and extended to all agencies under their respective ministries to implement future programs. I'm confident that long-term collaboration in all programs will have a maximum impact not only on our neighborhood countries like ASEAN, but also for Malaysia as a whole. I also like to send my best wishes to all attendees Hopefully, this noble effort will bring good results to the public service and support the achievement of the government main goal of making the people and youth build resilience after post-COVID-19 in terms of mental and physically. Finally, in the words of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate the closing of the ASEAN Youth Mental Health Conference in Southeast Asia. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I thank you.
Have it, yes, the closing speech by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, Director General of the Ministry of Health Malaysia, another mastermind behind all this. Yes, and of course, well, that concludes today's conference of Southeast Asia Youth Mental Health with the theme Breaking the Mental Health Issues and Stigma in ASEAN Amid Pandemic, as this is organized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports Sarawak in collaboration with the Social Community Programs Urban Societies Conference Malaysia and supported by ASEAN, Ministry of Health Malaysia and Young Minds Malaysia. Wow. So congratulations to all participants. All right, if I may do this to each and every one of you, congratulations and thank you very much.
Selalu aman bersama Sarawak.